Commons was summoned tonight for a special session. Tokyo, Monday. An emergency session of the Japanese cabinet was held at Premier Toyo's official residence at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Again, London. The Japanese embassy tonight burned secret documents and completed all arrangements to quit Britain immediately. London. Japanese naval forces have bombed British bases in the Pacific. It was announced officially late tonight. Keep tuned to this station for further developments.
National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with the National Council of Catholic Men, presents the Catholic Hour. The Reverend James N. Gillis, the Paulist Father, editor of the Catholic World, will now deliver the sixth in a series of 7 addresses on what is wrong and how to set it right. His discourse today is entitled Politics in Religion, Religion in Politics. I present Father Gillis.
In almost every platform lecture, radio address, and after-dinner speech nowadays, in a more serious kind of magazine article, and in many books, occurs the statement or its equivalent, we live in a world of confusion. True. So obviously true that it seems silly to say it. But there are various kinds of confusion, and the most fundamental kind is seldom so much as mentioned. I mean, mental confusion. Confusion in the realm of reasoning. The prevalent political confusion and moral confusion would clear away promptly if men would only think straight. Of course, there are passionate persons who don't want to think. They seem to say, don't ask me to think. Don't let me think. But most men would think if they could. The heart of man is generally in the right place. But his thinking apparatus is often, as the Russians say, kaput, out of order. Dr. Nicholas Murray Butler made years ago a significant speech on the subject, Thinking as a Lost Art. Alexander Pope, 300 years ago, had put it in one of his unforgettable rhymed couplets, how few think justly of the thinking few. How many never think who think they do? And not 300, but 3,000 years earlier. The prophet Jeremiah said what the professor and the poet were to say, and said it more eloquently. The desolation, all the world made desolate, because no man thinketh. Enough of that. It's a tempting theme, but it's not now my purpose to develop it. Now, what I had in mind today is the fact that one evidence of lame and impotent thinking by most men is their instantaneous reaction to the title of this course. Religion and politics, politics and religion. Keep those things apart, they say. Separate them, as day is separate from night. No, not that. For after all, there is a twilight in which night and day meet and mingle. Separate politics and religion as the divisions of the hold of a battleship are separated with a bulkhead of steel. Separate religion and politics with the impassable abyss, which, as our father Abraham told Dives, separates heaven from hell. Which of the two, religion or politics, corresponds to heaven and which to hell, seems to be a matter of debate. In Russia, they say that religion is hell. In America, we profess to believe that politics is more likely to be of the pit. Oddly enough, both in the USSR and in the USA, there's a wide agreement that religion and politics must be kept as far apart as heaven and hell. Indeed, a great many Americans will tell you that the principle of the separation of church and state involving dissociation of religion and politics is a fundamental postulate of all government. But from the beginning of the world until now, there has never been a kingdom, an empire, a state, a city, or any form of political society from which religion was excluded. It has never been done because it cannot be done. It has been attempted. It has been momentarily and partially accomplished. You can no more take religion out of a state and keep it out than you can take hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen out of the air and keep them out. You can indeed make a vacuum, a small vacuum, in a laboratory. But when you produce a vacuum, nature summons all her force to destroy it. Nature abhors a vacuum. So, you may take religion out of a state, but nature, human nature, will put it back again. The maddest and wildest of all psychological blunders is to imagine that religion is something unnatural, imposed upon man by priestcraft, and that therefore it must be kept out of the more important affairs of men. Nonsense. Some atheistic tyrants old enough and strong enough to kill all priests and lay all temples of religion flat to the ground, with not a stone upon a stone, religion would again sprout from the earth, let the grass and the grain and the flowers grow again on a battlefield that has been made a desert by shot and shell and poison gas. Religion comes down from above, but also it comes out of the soil, out of the blood and bone of man, out of his heart and mind and soul. To take religion out of human life would have the same effect as taking the elements of the atmosphere out of the atmosphere. From time to time, certain fanatics, scientific and fanatics, or religious fanatics, the one kind is as bad as the other, tell us that on a certain date a comet on its way to Earth will burn out the atmosphere that envelops this globe. The catastrophe is always going to happen. It never does happen. God doesn't let it happen. But if the atmosphere of chemical elements in which the body of man lives was suddenly burned away, it would not be so great a calamity as if the religious atmosphere necessary for the life of the human soul were to explode and vanish. Another mistake of the opponents of religion is that they recognize no distinction between good and bad, true religion and false religion. Atheists in general reject all religion because some religion is vile. It's like rejecting all food because some food is poison. Or like the logic of the man who, reading that thousands of persons are killed by stepping on a cake of soap in a bathtub, resolved never again to use soap, and never to get into a tub. Like the logic of the man who argues that because the vast majority of people die in bed, one had better not go to bed. Silly? Sure. No sillier than a great deal of what passes for thinking in these irrational times. Have you not met persons, for example, who don't go to church because they say that some who go to church are hypocrites? I don't make my Easter duty, said one man to me, big man in the business world, because the last time I went to Holy Communion, I saw at the altar rail people who owe me money and don't pay. Logic is that of the Chinaman who commits suicide on the doorstep of the one who has done him a wrong. I've also met college students who gave up religion because they had read in H.G. G. Wells of Grant Allen or in James G. Fraser that savages believe in a savage God. But does any church ask a civilized man to believe in a savage God? Is there not a civilized God for civilized people? If they don't like the God of a savage, mumbo-jumbo, or for that matter, if they don't like the top-hat God, the roll-top death God, the swivel chair God in green pastures, what about the God of St. Thomas Aquinas, or of St. Augustine, or of Cardinal Newman? What about the God of Jesus Christ? But I say the silliest reasoning, the craziest logic, seems to suffice the man who doesn't want to go to church. And it does the man who doesn't want to take a bath or go to bed. In getting rid of God, the atheists, especially the Soviet atheists of Moscow, make it God of the people, or as they say, the proletariat. But the people can be just as cruel as any fabulous God. The people, sir, is a great beast, said Alexander Hamilton. Great beast indeed. Great monster. Like the people in the courtyard of the Praetorium of Pilate, who howled like maniacs for the release of a murderer and for the crucifixion of Jesus Christ. Shall we therefore say that the people, all the time, is a great beast? Where will such wild logic lead us? Now, my friends, I'm no professional apologist for politics, still less for politicians. But I think it only fair to say science and the art of politics have been the victims of crooked thinking in the same way, if not to the same degree, religion has been victimized by crooked thinking. Some men, shall I say most men, when they say politics, have in mind degraded politics, debased, corrupted politics. Matter of fact, I have in this series of talks used the word in that sense, but only after explaining that I spoke not of politics, pure and simple, but of Machiavellian politics. Now, what is politics? Let's have a definition. Not a sarcastic definition, or a cynical, or a jocose definition, but venom aside and jesting aside, what is politics? Politics, says the dictionary, is the science which treats of the principles of civil government and the conduct of state affairs in the interest of peace, prosperity, and safety. And again, politics is that branch of ethics which deals with the relation and duties of state or social organization. And evidently there's nothing ignoble or debased or shameful about that kind of politics. Of course, you may find also in the dictionary secondary definitions of politics: partisanship, factional rivalry, intrigue, wire pulling, trickery. But it's a mistaken logic and an unfair procedure to lump good politics with bad and condemn all politics. In the national hymn of Great Britain, God Save the King, occur the lines addressed to God: confound their politics, frustrate their knavish tricks. Politics, somebody else's politics, it seems not only to rhyme with, but to be identified with tricks. There again, you have that fallacy. The fallacy of confusing good with bad and pure with corrupt. Politics is not only a branch of life, it's an indispensable requisite for the welfare of the human race. Were there no politics, there would be anarchy. American communists, when confronted with the cruelties of the Soviet state, sometimes exclaim that these cruelties are temporary, and that the time will come when the state can afford to dispense with cruelty, and that indeed the ultimate aim of communism is the abolition of the state. Oddly enough, the same objective was visualized by Friedrich Nietzsche, the forerunner of Nazism. he held that all states and all governments are tyrants and must finally be done away with. When there is no state, there will indeed be no politics and no politicians. But when there is no state, there will also be anarchy, nihilism. Therefore, putting aside fallacious and unreasonable notions of politics and of religion, it becomes plain that the greatest wound of the human race at any time, and especially in this present crisis, would be the cooperation of pure politics and right religion. What ails the world is the elimination of religion from politics. Strange that well-disposed men and women cannot see that fact. If a preacher in the pulpit says to the congregation, when you leave the church, take your religion with you. Don't leave it in the pew. And take it into your home, into the kitchen, into the bedroom, into all your family life and social life. Take religion with you when you go to work. You will need it in the office, in the factory, in the mine, in the mill, more than you need it in church. Take religion with you when you go to a place of entertainment. If there's an incongruity between your religion and your entertainment, well, seek some other entertainment in which your religion, your conscience, the welfare of your soul will be safeguarded. Go on to preach. A sermon like that will be praised, practical, sensible. Shall we then say to a man whose vocation is politics, leave your religion in church or at home when you go to the council chamber or to the caucus, the parliament or the Congress? It is done indeed. There are Sabbath day saints who are weekday villains. But the cure for that condition is not to separate religion and politics, but to combine them. It's not too much to say that the present sad condition of this world has come to pass because of the secularization of politics. Politicians of a baser type, especially since the French Revolution, have insisted that God be kept out of all affairs of state. Let us settle our problems, they say, make our plans, and direct our government without reference to God or religion. They who say such things are not aware of the implication of what they say. If you leave out God, you leave out justice and right and truth. If you leave out God, this cannot be repeated too often. The more we repeat it, the less some people seem to understand it. Leave out justice because God is justice. God is right. And God is truth. You leave God out of politics, out of government, out of treaties and covenants and all political facts. You leave out truth and righteousness and mercy. You have remaining nothing but expediency, selfish interest, international rivalry, war. You leave out God, leave out all chance for lasting peace. There is no hope for peace in the midst of natural antipathies. You must turn to the supernatural, and the ultimate, absolute, supernatural, God. Now, those may seem to be, and they are, profound metaphysical statements, and perhaps for that reason, politicians have not grasped them. But politicians worthy to be called statesmen have not ignored them. George Washington declared, reason and experience both forbid us to expect that national morality can prevail in the exclusion of religious principles. Thomas Jefferson did not leave God out of the Declaration of Independence. All men, he says, have been endowed by their Creator with certain rights. These rights were begotten not of flesh and blood, not of the will of man, but of God. If the rights of man are from man, man can take them away. If they are the gift of the state can withhold the gift or demand it back. But if the rights of man are of God, no man, no state can alienate them. Peace, then, must be negotiated and ratified in the name of God. In earlier days, all great covenants commenced with the phrase, In nomine Domini, Amen. In the name of the Lord, Amen. So be it. I'll venture further. War must be declared and waged, if at all, in the name of God. If men do not dare to call God to witness the justice of a war, it is no just war for them. To leave God out of war is to admit the godlessness of that war. St. Thomas Aquinas lays down as one of the requisites of a just war that it must be conducted in the spirit of justice and of love. He justifies war only on condition that it be an instrument in the hand of man to do the will of God. Today, that high and holy doctrine is considered by some people to be ridiculous or impossible. But it remains true that if a war cannot be justified in the eyes of God, it is not a just war. To declare war or to participate in war without reference to God is as sacrilegious as to attempt to conduct any political function without the sanction and the help of religion. Rudyard Kipling is not usually considered a religious-minded poet, but he did have a glimpse of the truth that war without God is a wicked war, for he sang, The heathen heart that puts her trust in reeking stew and iron sod, all valiant dust that builds on dust, and guarding calls not thee to God. For frantic boast and foolish words, thy mercy on thy people, Lord. In peace, in war, in all the relationships, man with man, nation with nation, we must remain under the aegis of God, or we shall perish.
The address you have just heard was entitled Politics and Religion, Religion and Politics. It was delivered by the Reverend James N. Gillis of the Paulist Fathers. This was the sixth in part of Gillis' series of 7 addresses on what is wrong and how to set it right. A copy of this talk may be procured by writing to the National Council of Catholic Men, Washington, D.C., or to the station to which you are listening. And now, friends, the National Council of Catholic Men invites all those listening to join in offering up this prayer for peace. O God, from whom are holy desires, right counsel, just works, give to thy servants that peace which the world cannot give, that our hearts may be devoted to the keeping of thy commandments, our country spare the horror of war, and our brethren in other lands blessed with the gift of thy peace. Through Christ our Lord. Amen. The Catholic Hour continues with the feeble setting of the lovely poem, Just for Today.
Lord, for tomorrow and its need, I do not pray. Keep me, my God, from saying nothing just for today. Let me but believe
Sunday at this time, Father Gillis will conclude this series with an address entitled From Christ to Christ. Your announcer is John MacArthur. The Catholic Hour has been presented in cooperation with the National Council of Catholic Men as a public service by NBC and the independent radio stations associated with the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
More late war bulletins from the NBC newsroom. Washington. The White House has just announced that the Navy has advised the President that Japan had attacked the island of Guam. A few moments before the Navy informed the White House that an unidentified squadron of planes was over Guam, a tiny island in the Pacific beyond Hawaii. Governor Poindexter of Hawaii talked with President Roosevelt late today. He reported heavy damage to property and life in Honolulu and said a second wave of Japanese planes was just coming over. This wave was over Honolulu at about 5:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. In making this announcement, the White House also cast doubt on the authenticity of earlier reports that the Japanese had bombed Manila. Stephen Early, presidential secretary, said that since the report of the attack on Manila, the War and Navy departments had attempted to get confirmation or substantiating reports, but had been unable to reach Army or Navy commanders in the Philippines. San Francisco. The Anzac Clipper with 28 persons aboard landed safely at an airport in the Hawaiian Islands this afternoon. It left San Francisco last night. The NBC shortwave listening post has just heard the Panama radio announce that there'll be a blackout tonight in Panama and the Canal Zone, and that all Japanese, German, and Italian citizens in Panama are being arrested. Senator David I. Walsh of Massachusetts, non-interventionist chairman of the Senate Naval Affairs Committee, tonight declared the United States must take speedy and decisive measures to defend our country. Keep tuned to this station for further developments.
War news, exclusive news, and predictions of things to come by Drew Pearson and Robert S. Allen, whose widely quoted column, Washington Merry-Go-Round, appears in more than 600 newspapers from coast to coast. These internationally famous reporters are presented by Saratan every Sunday at this same time. The responsibilities of diplomatic, political, and business leadership, like all the other great responsibilities of life, almost always fall to men and women over 35. For the years bring the needed experience and knowledge. But to shoulder these important tasks, you have a big responsibility for yourself. That of guarding your fitness, your good cheer and alertness. And if common sluggishness robs you of these things, this may be the answer. You may now need something different from your present laxative. Something like that marvelous all-vegetable preparation called Saratan, which is especially recommended for people in their 30s, 40s, and 50s. You see, unlike most laxatives, Saratan provides the special kind of help which so many doctors advise for folks your age. Yes, it's wonderfully effective, yet exceptionally mild and gentle. But why not let your own experience tell you that Saratan is just the thing you've been looking for? Try it. Compare it. And if you don't prefer it to everything else, you'll get your money back. So, friends, tonight or tomorrow, ask your druggist for Saratan. When you read that name backwards, it spells Nature's. And now we take you direct to Washington, the nation's capital.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Drew Pearson, and this is Bob Allen. As we go on the air tonight, President Roosevelt and the Cabinet faced the most momentous day in American history since Woodrow Wilson declared war on Germany on April 6, 1917. The United States has been attacked by Japan.
The capital is seething with excitement. President Roosevelt has been in almost constant session with the secretaries of the War and Navy.
Secretary Hull has been in session with the Japanese envoys who are reported to be asking for their passports.
News of the Japanese attack reached the president at 2:25 p.m., 7:35 this morning Hawaiian time. A fleet of Japanese airplanes appeared over Pearl Harbor, Hickman Field, the Army Air Base, and the city of Honolulu. They came from at least one airplane carrier off the coast of Hawaii. Since Japanese carriers carry only 47 planes, Navy intelligence believes that there must have been at least several plane carriers. The U.S. Navy is now reported in a sea battle with the Japanese carriers.
Anti-aircraft guns immediately answered the Japanese attack and the sky over Honolulu has been black with American fighter planes. Meanwhile, Hawaiian police have been rushed into action, presumably to prevent an uprising by the Japanese civilian population.
3 American battleships were hit, and the battleship West Virginia was reported sunk. Also, the battleship Oklahoma has been set on fire. The rest of the fleet has steamed out of Pearl Harbor.
One Japanese bomb striking the Army Air Base at Hickman Field killed 350 American troops in one shot.
London. The Japanese also have bombed British bases in the Pacific.
Tokyo. Imperial headquarters officially announced a state of war with the United States.
The White House has canceled all press credentials of German and Japanese newspapermen, effective immediately.
The White House. President Roosevelt was advised a few minutes before 6 o'clock tonight by Governor Poindexter of Hawaii that a second wave of airplanes was just coming over Honolulu. The president received this word during a telephone conversation with the governor, who had informed him that there had been heavy loss of life and extensive damage already to property in the city.
The White House Secretary Steve Early simultaneously announced that the War and Navy departments have been unable to reach their commanding officers in Manila.
London. Both houses of the British Parliament were summoned late tonight to meet an emergency session at 3 p.m. Monday.
The Navy has just announced that a of Japanese planes is bombing the strategic island of Guam.
And from Singapore come reports that Japanese planes are over British Burma.
President Roosevelt has called a special session of the cabinet at 8:30 tonight. 30 minutes later, the meeting will be joined by the congressional leaders of both parties.
The White House also announced that an Army transport carrying lumber has been sunk between San Francisco and Hawaii.
Washington and the rest of the United States will go on a war footing tomorrow. Secretaries of War and Navy Stimson and Knox have ordered all officers to appear in uniform.
Now here is the background behind these world-beating events which took the American public completely by surprise and which followed the most extreme and patient efforts on the part of President Roosevelt to placate Japan. We can reveal that according to naval experts, it required approximately 2 weeks for Japan to send her submarines beyond Hawaii to the spot in the Pacific where the U.S. Army transport was sunk. During those 2 weeks, Japanese envoys in Washington had been engaged in diplomatic conversations, earnestly professing that Japan wanted to follow the road of peace. In other words, while the United States was sincerely trying to find a formula for peace, the Japanese military, aping the double cross of Hitler, was assiduously preparing for a surprise attack.
In fact, no later than Friday, just 2 days ago, the Japanese envoys delivered a note to Secretary Hull categorically denying Japanese aggression in the South Pacific and saying that reports regarding the concentration of troops in that area were highly exaggerated. But at that very time, Japanese submarines already were around Hawaii, and Japanese plane carriers were almost in a position to make their attack.
This is why Secretary Hull told the Japanese ambassador when he called this afternoon to get a reply to the latest State Department communication, "In my 50 years of public service, I have never seen a document that was more crowded with infamous falsehoods and distortions, all on a scale so huge that I never imagined until today that any government on this planet was capable of uttering them."
Now, these negotiations followed months of appeasement efforts by the State Department, during which we permitted the Japanese to buy oil, scrap iron, and other raw materials, and went to the most extreme lengths in order not to offend Japan. In fact, we followed a policy in regard to Japan almost identical with that which the America First group has urged upon Mr. Roosevelt in regard to all the dictators.
Japanese bombardment also came 12 hours after President Roosevelt, in an effort at peaceful negotiation, had sent a personal message to the Emperor of Japan himself.
Now, behind this amazing attack, in the middle of peaceful negotiations, were 2 points of Japanese strategy. One is the fact that Japan today is ruled by an irresponsible military clique, which is answerable to the authority of no one, including even the Emperor. Repeatedly, the Japanese government has been unable to control this clique.
Second, The Japanese undoubtedly were following the strategy of diverting American attention away from Thailand, Singapore, and the Dutch East Indies. They wanted to scare the American public and the American Navy in regard to the ships tied up in the Middle Pacific, and so that the Navy would not be able to concentrate around the South Pacific, where the real Japanese attack is sure to come.
Our experts also believe that the timing of the Japanese attack was worked out very carefully with Hitler. For more than anyone realizes, the dictators of the Far East and Europe are working very closely together. For instance, the Russian troops which have driven back the Nazis in the Caucasus are partly Siberian reinforcements. Therefore, if Japan can menace Siberia, Hitler will face less reinforcements in Russia.
Another development is that the British suddenly have discovered that certain French submarines are missing from the Mediterranean, and they fear that Admiral Darlan, who hates the British, has sent his submarines to aid the Japanese.
Another development is that the Japanese picked this particular moment for their attack on us when Hitler was concentrating his heaviest reinforcements against Moscow. The present showdown with Japan actually is an indirect showdown between the United States and Hitler.
So today, Hitler is staking everything on the capture of Moscow. The great preponderance of his troops are concentrated there. And although it isn't emphasized in the censored dispatches, very slowly Nazi forces have inched ahead, and Moscow is in serious danger. However, one great factor, in addition to Russian bravery, is fighting on their side, namely the weather. Just before Christmas, the snow around Moscow becomes so deep that no army can advance. So for Hitler, it is a question of taking Moscow before Christmas or else digging in until the Russian winter is over.
And that is why the Far East, the British campaign in North Africa, and even our own war with Japan depends so vitally upon the fighting resistance of the Red Army to hold out until Christmas. For if Moscow is taken, Hitler will be free to send his troops into Turkey, Libya, the Caucasus, and even French West Africa, the jumping-off point to South America. Then we would be faced with war on two fronts.
Now, in just a minute, we'll be back with our predictions and bulletins of things to come.
Recruits in Uncle Sam's new army today are being taught not only to follow orders, but to understand the reasons why they are given. And if you like to know the reasons for things yourself, here's one you surely ought to have, particularly if you're 35, 40 or over. The reason so many folks your age needlessly put up with common sluggishness is that they really require a different kind of laxative help. And that's why so many are changing today to that remarkable all-vegetable preparation called Seratan, which provides the special kind of aid people over 35 are so very apt to need. Yes, and that's why you ought to try Seratan yourself. Just see if you don't find it wonderfully effective, yet exceptionally mild and gentle. Completely different from anything you've ever tried before. And remember this important fact. Seratan is not a pill, not salts, not an oil or liquid, but a pleasant blend of purely vegetable ingredients which you take plain or with your food. You'll say there's nothing like it. So tonight or tomorrow, ask your druggist for Seratan, Serutan. When you read that name backwards, it spells Nature's. And now we return you to Washington, D.C., where Drew Pearson and Robert S. Allen are ready with tonight's edition of their exclusive feature, Predictions of Things to Come.
Now, after our broadcast, Mrs. Roosevelt has a special broadcast on Japan.
Flash from Tokyo. Japan has declared war on Great Britain.
Flash from the Canal Zone. A blackout has been ordered for Panama and the whole Canal Zone. It goes into effect tonight. And here is the isolationists' reaction to war from Denver. U.S. Senator Burton K. Wheeler, leader of the isolationist ranks, today declared that Congress must declare war on Japan immediately.
And here is U.S. Labor's answer to the Japanese attack. Wheeling, West Virginia, an independent welders union announces that it is ending its strike at a $40 million ordnance plan.
Now, here's our first prediction. Tonight, President Roosevelt invoked the Military Secrets Act. And so here is prediction on the problem that the Japanese attack has made even more pressing, the question of naval censorship and naval relations with the press. Secretary of the Navy Knox, although a newspaper man, has had more trouble with the press than any other member of the cabinet. So here's my prediction. I predict that next week, Secretary Knox will appoint as his press relations chief Mr. Paul Smith, editor of the San Francisco Chronicle, and one of the most progressive young newspaper men in the country.
Now, here's our last prediction. On October 5th, we predicted that a nation which lives on its face cannot about face, and that before the year was up, the United States would be involved in war with Japan. That prediction today was fulfilled. So I predict that tomorrow, the Congress of the United States, after very little debate, will pass a formal declaration of war against Japan.
I also predict that almost simultaneously, the government of Great Britain will also declare war and become a full ally of the United States.
Finally, I predict that the events of today and tomorrow will be followed by an American declaration of war on the German government of Adolf Hitler.
And now, as we close, ladies and gentlemen, the tragic events which have occurred today in the Pacific show only one thing: the passionate desire of the American people and the American government for peace. But all our history shows that although we are slow to go to war, the United States has never lost a war. So speaking for all of us, the American people, flash. Here, Japan, the Japanese aircraft carrier has just been sunk, reportedly off Panama from a...
Hold on, pal.
From a Latin American port. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we predict that the American people, soldiers, sailors, and defense workers, 130 million strong, will keep them rolling, keep them flying, keep democracy from dying.
Drew Pearson and Robert S. Allen return with more exclusive news and authoritative predictions next Sunday at this same time. Remember to tune in. And remember this, too. If you're 35, 40, or over and are using laxatives of any kind, try changing to Seratan. This is J. Sims reminding you, when you read Seratan backwards, it spells natures.
The material used on these broadcasts is copyrighted by Drew Pearson and Robert S. Allen. This is the National Broadcasting Company. Neighbor coffee-growing nations, and presenting to you American families your Sunday evening visit with Mrs. Franklin D. Roosevelt. This evening, Mrs. Roosevelt has as her guest Corporal James Cannon, 1229th Reception Center, Fort Dix. But first, Dan Seymour has a word from our sponsors, the Pan American Coffee Bureau.
In this moment of trial, the 7 neighbor countries which make up the Pan American Coffee Bureau welcome the chance to express their support for their great good neighbor, the United States. The new solidarity which has been effected between the Americas in the last few years stands us all in good stead in the face of this emergency. This applies not only in a commercial sense, for Uncle Sam can count on Latin America for essential materials, whether oil or tin or copper or coffee, but also in a political sense. The Americas stand together.
Thank you, Dan Seymour. And now here's the Pan American Coffee Bureau's Sunday evening news reviewer and newsmaker to give us her usual interesting observations on the world we live in. Mrs. Franklin D. Roosevelt.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm speaking to you tonight at a very serious moment in our history. The Cabinet is convening and the leaders in Congress are meeting with the President. The State Department and Army and Navy officials have been with the President all afternoon. In fact, the Japanese ambassador was talking to the President at the very time that Japan's airships were bombing our citizens in Hawaii and the Philippines and sinking one of our transports loaded with lumber on its way to Hawaii. By tomorrow morning, the members of Congress will have a full report and be ready for action. In the meantime, we, the people, are already prepared for action. For months now, the knowledge that something of this kind might happen has been hanging over. It seemed impossible to believe, impossible to drop the everyday things of life and feel that there was only one thing which was important: preparation to meet an enemy, no matter where he struck. That is all over now, and there is no more uncertainty. We know what we have to face, and we know that we are ready to face it. I should like to say just a word to the women in the country tonight. I have a boy at sea on a destroyer. For all I know, he may be on his way to the Pacific. 2 of my children are in coast cities on the Pacific. Many of you all over this country have boys in the services who will now be called upon to go into action. You have friends and families in what has suddenly become a danger zone. You cannot escape anxiety. You cannot escape a clutch of fear at your heart. And yet I hope that the certain cloud given to me will make you rise above these fears. We must go about our daily business more determined than ever to do the ordinary things as well as we can. And when we find a way to do anything more in our communities to help others, to build morale, to give a feeling of security, we must do it. Whatever is asked of us, I am sure we can accomplish it. We are the free and unconquerable people of the United States of America. To the young people of the nation, I must speak a word tonight. You are going to have a great opportunity. There will be high moments in which your strength and your ability will be tested. I have faith in you. I feel as though I was standing upon a rock. That rock is my faith in my fellow citizens. Now we will go back to the program which we had arranged for tonight. I spoke to you a few weeks ago on the subject of army morale. I suggested one of the best ways to make the boys in our armed forces more contented with their lot was for the people at home to really do their duty in the various activities of home defense. This evening, I wish to discuss army morale again, but this time in an even more concrete and specific way. And that's why I'm delighted to have as my guest a young man who is a member of our armed forces, Corporal James Cannon of Fort Dix. How long have you been in the Army, Corporal Cannon?
I've been in 6 months, Mrs. Roosevelt.
You were a selectee?
Yes, Mrs. Roosevelt.
Well, after 6 months of Army life, how do you like it?
I want to tell you, with great sincerity, I am proud to be a bad soldier in this great army of the people.
I don't believe you're such a bad soldier, not with those stripes on your arm, Corporal Cannon.
Honestly, Mrs. Roosevelt, I'm not so hot. But there are good soldiers in my outfit. By the way, Mrs. Roosevelt, do you know who had the highest score in our outfit when we shot for score? A fellow who used to play a pipe organ in a roller skating rink. He'd never held a rifle in his hands before, but competent instructors have made him a sharpshooter in less than a year. And I'll bet there are men like him in every army post in America.
Then you feel from your pistol observation that after all you are a trained newspaper man, that the Army is making civilians into good soldiers.
Mrs. Roosevelt, in the 6 months I've been in, I've seen a miracle take place. I've seen ordinary, easygoing guys turned into efficient members of a powerful fighting force. That's what's taking place in every training base in this country.
I'm sure that's true, but let me ask you a rather personal question. Aside from actual military training, do you find you're learning anything which is of value to you as a person, as a citizen?
Mrs. Roosevelt, I'm glad you asked me that question. I think I speak for hundreds of thousands of us in training camps, everywhere, when I tell you that the Army has given me a completely new set of values.
You certainly are an honest soldier. Can you tell me just how the Army has given you a set of values?
I was born and raised in New York. I used to think America was a suburb of New York. I had the New Yorkers' contempt for people who lived beyond the Hudson. Now I soldier with a lot of guys from the brambles and the bushes and the whistle stops. And I find they can do a lot of things I can't do. Sure, I can write a fair piece for a paper or a magazine. I can get wisecracks in a Broadway column. But I've neglected myself physically. I've gone soft. It sounds corny, I suppose, but you know, I've learned to respect these guys from the sticks. They aren't wisecrackers, but they're tough, strong kids. They're good soldiers, and I'm proud to be soldiering with them. When it comes to a showdown, they'll be ready to make the sacrifices to preserve the American way of life.
I'm sure that there are many men like you, Corporal, who are learning the greatness of America and the greatness of their fellow Americans, perhaps for the first time. But surely there are things which you don't like about the Army.
I don't like hikes. My feet tear and blister. I can't like getting up in the dark of the morning. I'm a clumsy chambermaid. My bed always looks like a haystack. But these discomforts are small. I've had a lot of laughs in the 32 years of my life. I'm willing to kick back 1 or 2 years so that I can live the rest of my life with dignity. I feel ashamed of the grumbling I've done, the complaining about the little unimportant things. Because at this minute, soldiers of our army are proving that under fire, they are true and brave and worthy of the trust our democracy places in them.
Corporal, do you find an interest among the men in the Army in the present world situation?
I'm on Captain John Parker's morale staff, attached to the 12th 29th Reception Center, Fort Dix. I talked to the guys when they first come into the Army. Up to now, the only things they were interested in was where were they going to be shipped, and if they were on the list for kitchen police. I'm certain all that will change now. When I left camp, we were a peacetime army. Now we are the army of a country that's been attacked. But all of us, all of them, have a very definite opinion on the Army and the state of the world.
What was that opinion?
They know they are in the Army because we have had no choice here in this country. They realize that all we Americans have lived for and died for will vanish from the earth unless we have a strong Army. Their philosophy is this. We were minding our business. They picked on us. Well, we'll show them.
I think your answer is a very good one to those who would question the morale of the Army. Speaking of morale, what would you suggest to the average civilian as the best way in which they can be helpful to the men in the service?
You'll have to excuse me if I give a pretty strong answer to that question. First, the civilians can cut out those stale jokes and stop that mocking salute too many of them hand a man in uniform. Let them give a soldier the dignity he is entitled to. Tell them to treat a soldier as you would a civilian. Let them go unnoticed. The same fools think it is their privilege to break into a group of soldiers in a restaurant and violate their privacy. Tell them to cut out calling a soldier Sarge. The same guys call a Pullman porter George. We're a civilian army. We're the army of the people, and we want to be treated that way.
I hope that our listeners will take your words to heart, Corporal Cannon. To sum up, then, you think that democracy is working in our new army.
Not only in the army, but right here. Where else in the world would a guy like me be able to talk to the First Lady of the land?
Thank you, Corporal Cannon. I'm sure we're training a very gallant army as well as a brave one. Now I see that Mr. Leon Pearson is anxious to ask me some questions.
Yes, Mrs. Roosevelt, there's some very important questions I would like to ask you. First, of course, is this. Have you any comment to make on the strike bill which passed the House of Representatives?
Well, Mr. Pearson, there will not be any more strikes. But it was interesting reading the editorials in the Herald Tribune and the New York Times on the bill. I think the wisest suggestion made is that the Senate should limit any legislation of this kind for a period of 6 months. The Times editor stressed the fact that certain parts of the bill seemed ill-considered. But I think there is a more important reason than that for limiting the period for any kind of labor legislation which is passed at present. Until legislation is actually on the statute books, we cannot tell what effect it will have in practice. Nor can we tell at present what conditions we will be meeting in the months to come. Therefore, like so many other things, it's hard to make a blueprint when we do not know when to meet unknown needs.
Mrs. Roosevelt, there's another question I'd like to ask.
Yes, Mr. Pearson?
A lot of writers and commentators are criticizing the government for not letting the people know enough about what is actually going on in public affairs. What would your reply be to those critics?
Thursday morning, Mr. Pearson, Mr. Walter Lippmann published what to me was the most interesting column on this subject. It was interesting not because of the facts alone, but because in the light of present-day happenings, he interpreted some of the difficulties of explanation. For many times, responsible people are accused of not telling the people of the country enough, or not taking them into their confidence. Yet if they did so, it would probably be the greatest show of weakness that any leader could make. It's always easy to blurt out all you know, to try to get your burdens shared by other people. It's far more difficult to take the best advice you can get, make your own decisions, knowing that you will only be adding to the risks of the situation if you try to turn the decision over to others who cannot have the same background and knowledge.
That is certainly a candid answer to the question, Mrs. Roosevelt.
I would add one other thought along the same line, Mr. Pearson. It's interesting to note how carefully the Axis powers sugarcoat any bad news which they have for their people. I hope the people of this nation always are strong enough to accept the bad news and still keep up their courage. That is one thing about Mr. Winston Churchill's treatment of the British people For which I have the greatest admiration. He expects them to meet bad news with complete fortitude, and the mere fact that he expects it brings the proper response.
And now, Mrs. Roosevelt, we understand you spent part of this week in New York City. Were you Christmas shopping?
Yes, I did some Christmas shopping. And one afternoon, I found myself in a crowded elevator in a large department store. Suddenly, a lady near me seemed to have a brainstorm, and looking at me, she asked, "Are you Mrs. Roosevelt?" "Yes," I said, and she then proceeded with, "Do you mean to say you go around without any guards?" I thought there was nobody left in New York City who would be surprised at meeting me almost anywhere, at any hour of the day or night. So I was quite shocked to find that I was looked upon as a curiosity when found in broad daylight in the elevator of a large store.
And Friday, I understand, Mrs. Roosevelt, you graciously received at the White House the charming young ladies who are representing my sponsor, the Pan American Coffee Bureau, in a goodwill tour of this country.
It was a great pleasure to meet these young women from Latin America who are here on a tour of goodwill, and I hope they enjoyed their cups of coffee in the White House.
I'm sure they did, Mrs. Roosevelt. And now, speaking of coffee, Dan Seymour, I understand you have a word or two to say on that subject.
I certainly have. The 7 young ladies who, as guests of the Pan American Coffee Bureau, have come from their republics to enjoy a visit with leaders in public and social life in the United States, are delighting everyone with their charm. Just as coffee, the delicious product of their homelands, delights more and more of us every day. Next week at the same time, Mrs. Roosevelt will be with us again to give us more of her interesting views on world affairs. This is Dan Seymour saying good evening for the Pan American Coffee Bureau. And don't forget that good night cup of coffee. Now more than ever, do your part. Buy defense bonds and stamps.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Tonight, Japan is at war with the United States and Great Britain. Tokyo has so announced in a declaration. In a few moments, we will switch to points where battles are raging in the Pacific. But first, let's hear from Ankara, Turkey, where the news of this new war may or may not yet be fully known. We take you now to Mary Brock reporting from Ankara, Turkey.
Telephone lines were completely tied up for an hour and a half. At Ankara's famous restaurant, Property, where I received the news, there was a queue lined up at the telephone booth. Immediate reaction throughout diplomatic and press circles was one of stupefaction. The consensus here is that a resolution will be introduced in the Congress within 24 or 48 hours at the latest. Some Japanese in Ankara who have had an opportunity to study the new order in the Balkans are very unhappy about the situation. The success of the new regime is measurable. Witness the stories of neutral travelers from Greece, corroborated by intelligence sources here. In one single day last week, 800 persons died of starvation in Athens and the Piraeus. The awful famine in Greece is killing nearly 200 men, women, and Greek children per day. I have received information today from trusted sources, information documented in detail about what is happening in Greece. First, the famine is countrywide. Athens, Piraeus, Thrace, and the islands. Men and women fall in the streets and die. Beggars are everywhere. Red Cross kitchens work frantically, trying to feed 100,000, 200,000 or more people every day. Greece never had more than 2 weeks' food reserves during the war. When I was in Athens, just before the end, my diet was strictly military. Canned salmon, beans, bully beef, maybe an occasional fresh tomato. When the Germans bombed the Piraeus, the Athenians scooped up the dead fish killed by the bombs in Turkey, and then there was feasting. But during the war, the Greeks could eat. Now they cannot. Bulgaria has seized the hinterlands of Thrace and Macedonia. The Germans and Italians requisitioned their foodstuffs. Only a limited number of fishermen may put out in their kites. Greeks have been known to go fishing and sail on to free Turkey. There is no fish, no meat, no wheat, no bread, and the Italians take even the vegetables. And in the parks of Athens after twilight, the Italian soldiers offer a loaf of bread to Greek women as payment for companionship. There are no medicines for the Greeks and no hospitals. The hospitals of Greece are drawn to bursting with more than 50,000 wounded German soldiers from the Russian front. There are no surgical instruments, and the Greek with appendicitis is doomed to die. In Istanbul, Turkey tonight, the Turkish steamer Quirt is loading again for the first time with food supplies for Greece. Potatoes, dried fruits and vegetables, sheep and lamb. But this is only a drop in the bucket. It does not even feed one man or woman in 1,000, although famine is lower in that percentage daily. Those four horsemen, the four horsemen of the apocalypse, are riding over Greek capitals and the provinces and those beautiful islands. In Greece's face, Greek patriots are fighting against their enemies, the Bulgars, but elsewhere there is less and less fighting. You can't fight well when you're slowly dying of famine. Italian communiques report food shipments to Greece, and reliable information confirms the report. The Italians have food and plenty of it, and butter on their bread 3 times a day. This is Mary Buck, referring you to the National Broadcasting Company.
That was Ankara, Turkey, next to Britain's military headquarters in the Near East. Grant Parr reports direct from Cairo.
It's always dangerous to make generalizations, but if I may make one about the German army, it's this. The Germans are superb when they can make war on their own terms, according to their own plans, with their own equipment. But they are sometimes upset by unexpected turns in the battle and by weapons not their own. This accounts for the unexpected effectiveness of the British bayonet. It may explain the equally unexpected effectiveness of small British units called mobile columns. When British and German tanks resumed battle south of City Rezeg yesterday, the Germans retained almost none of the strategic advantage they gained when they split the New Zealand lines last week. British columns, working with the Royal Air Force, had harried the German tank forces out of the Rezeg area, materially relieving the Tobruk situation. Mobile columns had cleared most of the region between Tobruk and the frontier, Germans and Italians. They had dipped below the new German positions around El Gubi and El Adam and done significant damage to the fringes. Most important of all, they had destroyed 49 Axis tanks in 3 days, burned or captured thousands of gallons of Axis petrol, and captured hundreds of prisoners, swelling the number to well above 8,000. Without meeting the main German tank force at all, mobile columns have changed the entire aspect of the battle. What at first seemed to be a major setback has become little more than an incident. The Germans seem definitely on the defensive again. The mobile column can scarcely be termed a purely British invention. It is the big brother of the mechanized patrols which both sides have used to raid and gain information during the various desert blitzkriegs. But just as the British have proven adept at such desert patrolling, they have taken these larger patrols and turned them into one of the most formidable weapons of desert warfare. With tank strength dropping rapidly on both sides, infantry is coming into its own. Yet ordinary marching infantry is, and probably always will be, next to useless on the desert. The answer to this problem, and in some cases the answer to the tank itself, is the mobile column. Such a column is based on infantry carried in trucks. But besides these, it usually has a few light tanks and armored cars, several anti-tank and anti-aircraft guns mounted on the backs of Ford and Dodge trucks, some Bren carriers or truck-borne machine guns, light field guns towed by trucks. With the exception of the tanks and Bren carriers, the entire outfit moves on rubber tires. It moves with lightning speed and surprisingly little noise. Unless it is spotted every 5 minutes, no one can tell where it is. It may range for hundreds of miles. It strikes where least expected. It strikes hard. I won't attempt to give you exact positions and details of the numerous operations I've mentioned. Position means almost nothing in desert warfare anyway. But here are a few exploits of mobile columns for you to think about. All occurred within the last 4 days. West of Bardia, a mobile column encountered a small Axis force and destroyed 60 vehicles and a supply dump, captured 100 prisoners. An Indian column attacked semi-prepared Italian positions near Mayor El Gubi, destroyed 15 Italian tanks and 150 vehicles, set fire to 50,000 gallons of gas and oil. New Zealand troops engaged an Axis column west of Minister, killed about 100 Germans and took 100 prisoners, mostly Italian. 2 Axis tanks, several trucks were destroyed and 2 guns captured. South of El Duda yesterday, British patrols destroyed 15 trucks and 2 field guns, captured 3 German anti-tank guns and 25 German prisoners. Other columns yesterday destroyed 23 Italian tanks and a fascist field battery. There may be many explanations for the success of these columns. The British themselves explain that their subordinate officers are better trained and more able to take responsibility of the type needed for commanding small, independent forces. I would like to add that 2 years of experience in actual desert warfare is something nearer reality than hothouses in Germany or the Nazis learned about Libya. But one thing I do know. The mobile columns have made the Libyan battle look good. This is Graham Carr returning you to the National Broadcasting Company.
That was a report direct from Cairo. Our next comes from blacked out Britain, where it is now after 1 o'clock on Monday morning. Go ahead, London. This is London, Fred Bay speaking. The news that Japan has declared a state of war with Britain as well as the United States probably means that there will be no official British statement tonight. That seems to be the feeling here. Japan's own action removes from Britain any necessity to implement Mr. Churchill's recent within-the-hour declaration. It's thought in London that Great Britain and the United States may issue a joint and simultaneous statement after Congress meets tomorrow. Both the House of Lords and the House of Commons meet at 3 o'clock on Monday. That's 9 o'clock New York time in the morning. Both houses will hear a government statement on the situation, undoubtedly a declaration of war. Ambassador Wyman and Mr. Churchill have been together most of today and tonight. The Japanese embassy in London tonight has said to be burning their official documents. But so far, says the embassy, it has no confirmation of Tokyo's action. It's too late now for reactions here or anyplace else. But here's a statement broadcast by Berlin tonight. The speaker said, as a result of the warmongering of the American President Roosevelt, which during the last week has constantly increased, the first clashes have occurred in East Asia between Japanese and American forces. Thus, said the Nazi broadcaster, this warmonger number 1 has at last attained his goal and has succeeded in bringing war to his people. There are many observers here whose comment on that statement might be that opportunists in Tokyo have judged the time right to serve their own interests as partners in a world domination venture. Sir Robert Clive, British ambassador to Tokyo from 1934 to 37, has written an historical survey, according to which Japanese aggression is nothing new. Their aggressive expansion in the Far East, he says, can be traced back to the 16th century. It lulled during a so-called seclusion period, when Japan shut herself off from the world from 1600 to 1850. But she came out of these dormant 250 years, sounding the old aggressive expansion note. As early as 1936, he refers there to the fortifying and creating of submarine bases in the Marianne and Caroline group of islands east of the Philippines. The Japanese, he says, had refused his request to visit those islands, as their ships, the British ships, had visited other ports under Japanese control. The former ambassador describes the Japanese fleet as formidable, but untested since 1905. Then he goes on to witness the United States, which has, of course, a shortage of essential raw materials. And amongst these, he mentions iron ore, manganese, oil, wool, hides, cotton, and rubber. Qualifies as mentioning Japan's shortages with the significant phrase, unless she can get them by force. This is no time for loose talk, for easy phrases. People throughout our country have watched war from a distance with varying degrees of various reactions. They'll see it now in a different light. It has been brought home to us today with the reports of Japanese war vessels in action 600 miles off our Pacific coast. Many of us will see it in a different light, because we'll feel interests of the United States definitely at stake.
There are people at home who believe that our interests, our real long-term interests, are no more at stake now than they have been since Germany went into Czechoslovakia. There are plenty of people at home who urge preparation, adequate defense against the inevitable. But these were the men and women of vision, people who don't need to burn a hand to learn what fire is like. It seems impossible from over here to think that there won't be others who will review their own opinions and their own responses to those who've issued warnings these last few years. There must be some of them who feel themselves very like the Britishers they criticized as being slow or as appeasers. Geographically, if Japan hadn't taken the initiative and been fast off the mark, if Tokyo had played a waiting, come-and-get-it strategy, this trouble, which has been popularly considered our trouble, but is really everybody's, would have been farther away than the war in Europe. For the man in Omaha, Nebraska, for instance, he's roughly 7,000 miles from Tokyo, but only about 4,200 miles from London, and a little less 6,000 miles from Moscow. Japan has shown what preparation and initiative can do to distances. There's no tendency here to underestimate the serious trouble you'll probably cause, and no doubt the eventual outcome. We return you now to New York.
That was London reporting. Before we move to the nation's capital with the further developments on the advent of war in the Pacific, we wish to announce that at 11:30 p.m. tonight, Eastern Standard Time, and again at 12 midnight over many of these stations and over the combined network of the National Broadcasting Company, we will bring you a series of broadcasts and pick-up points from various NBC commentators and observers at strategic points in the world situation. That's at 11:30 and at 12 Eastern Standard Time tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, an important announcement has just been handed to me. The National Broadcasting Company and its associated stations from coast to coast are planning to operate on a 24-hour basis. Since the declaration of war by the Japanese government on the United States, the latest bulletins and flashes have been brought to you as they were received in the NBC newsrooms, either in New York, Washington, Hollywood, San Francisco, in Honolulu, and in Manila. In keeping with the Secretary of War's request for defense preparations on all plants engaged in defense work, NBC and its associated stations have frequently broadcast announcements to that effect throughout the country. We repeat, the Secretary of War's request that all plants engaged in defense work or which have defense contracts should make plans to protect those plans from sabotage. Also, Army and Navy personnel on the Pacific Coast and the Atlantic areas have been asked to report to their stations, air bases, and ships at once. NBC's outlets both in New York and on the California coast are being protected by special police guards. The NBC listening posts are on a 24-hour basis, and the California Highway Patrol has detailed special guards at the NBC broadcasting stations in order that the news coming from the Pacific will not be interfered with. And now, we go down to the nation's capital for Borkus reporting from the newsroom in Washington.
Borkus talking from the newsroom of the executive offices of the White House in Washington. And I want to say first that according to the latest news, the President is disposed to feel that it is possible that Manila has not been bombed. He has also been on the telephone with Governor Poindexter of Hawaii, who confirmed the news of great damage there, both property and life, including in the city. While he was telephoning with the governor in Honolulu, the governor announced that another wave of planes was coming over. That's some time ago. Right now, the President is upstairs in his study, dictating to Miss Tully, his secretary, and getting together a rough draft of the message which he will read to his cabinet when they meet with him at 8:30, and which he will deliver to Congress as soon as possible, probably tomorrow. Many believe that the message will ask for an open declaration of war against Japan. Senator George is one of the senators who believes so. The enemy bombers appeared over Pearl Harbor at about 7:55 a.m., as you have heard, a dawn attack. The news immediately flashed to the President. He called Secretary Early at his home and Early called the press and radio. Bulletin went out at 2:24 p.m. this afternoon. Early hurried to the White House. By the time the President had his second piece of news, in elaboration of the first bulletin, NBC had its microphone set up here in this crowded newsroom of the White House, which is meant to accommodate about 12 people usually. There are about 50 crowded around there now. I mention that simply to show you how every effort is being made to get the news to the people. And the White House is cooperating, and it's for our convenience. It has been made the one fountain head where we can concentrate our efforts all over. There has been a conference at the White House, and of course across the road at the State Department, they're busily working and the developments in Washington so far. An hour before the attack took place, Ambassador Nomura and emissary Kurusu called at the State Department and delivered the reply to Secretary Hull's note of November 26th. The answer so angered Secretary Hull that he declared that he had never imagined any government on this planet was capable of uttering such infamous falsehoods. He didn't know, as he explained later, that an attack had started while those Japanese representatives were right there in the room talking with him. Well, by this time, a crowd of reporters had gathered at the White House executive offices, and we were soon called into Secretary Early's office. And then we learned of the dawn attack on Hawaii and learned of it caused this considerable property damage, as I reported just now. Early then went back upstairs to the president's study. And from then on, the bulletins began to come out one after another. And we then received the news and gave it out just as it came down from the president. He called us in. The president himself called in first the Secretary of War, the Secretary of the Navy, the Chief of Staff, General Marshall. We learned from time to time in the various bulletins of the torpedoing of an Army transport, fortunately carrying only lumber, 1,300 miles from San Francisco. Later, that an American ship had given the distress signal only 600 miles west of San Francisco. And the Secretary earlier read that from a little memorandum that he had made, penciled before him. He looked up and said that, well, that shows that the Japanese submarines are busy. We learned of the attack on Guam. By this time, the President had finished his conference with the War and Navy Secretaries and Chief of Staff and called in Miss Sully as Secretary to begin to dictate, as I said, this rough draft of this message which he read to Congress. In an hour and a half, or about less than that, the cabinet members will assemble, and then at 9:30 they'll be joined by the congressional leaders. Speaker Sam Rayburn, Democratic House Leader McCormick, of course the Vice President, Republican Leader Martin, and McNary, Senator McNary, Senator Barkley on the Democratic side, or Senator Lester Hill in the case of Barkley cannot be reached. They will confer there. Incidentally, Senator Wheeler, leading non-interventionist, has been quoted as saying that he expected there would be a declaration of war and that we would have to see it through. Well, we'll have to see it through. That's all from Washington at the moment, and thanks very much.
That was Borkins reporting from the nation's capital. Before we go overseas, we wish to announce that throughout the evening, NBC will continue to broadcast the latest news, including a roundtable conference to be heard at 11:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time over many of these stations. That's approximately 4 hours from now. Commentators will discuss the war and the latest developments, and the commentators include H.V. Kaltenborn, William Hillman, and John W. Vandercook, and Robert St. John in New York. From Washington will be heard the voices of Borkins, Wilfred Fleischer, the former editor of the Tokyo Advertiser in Tokyo, and E.K. Lindley of Newsweek. From the Pacific Coast, Upton Close, NBC's authority on the Far East, will join this roundtable discussion. At midnight Eastern Standard Time tonight, NBC will broadcast spot reports from the scene, giving the South American and other reactions to the war. NBC's newsmen will be heard from Buenos Aires, Rio de Janeiro, and Panama, also from London and other world capitals. Also throughout the night, editorial reactions from the leading newspapers of the nation will be heard over many of these stations, giving the various countries' press reactions on the Japanese war on the United States. And now we switch network controls to San Francisco for news on the Far East.
We take you now to Manila.
Hello, NBC. This is Bert Silent speaking to you again from Manila. It was announced a few moments ago by the Commander-in-Chief of the Japanese Army and Navy forces in Shanghai that the Japanese have taken over the international settlement in Shanghai and have declared martial law there. All banks in Shanghai have been ordered closed with the promise that arrangements would be made as soon as possible to carry on business to some extent at least. The public has been warned against doing any damage to buildings or public property with the threat of being shot immediately if they do so. The American consulate has warned all Americans in Shanghai to stay off the streets and not to move from one place or another. Here in Manila, troops are being rushed to their battle positions as rapidly as possible. General MacArthur, Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Armed Forces in the Far East, made this statement for release just a short time ago. One of the most striking features which has characterized the past few weeks with their uncertainty and anxiety has been the admirable poise of self-control of the people of the Philippines. Nothing can hurt our military efforts more than a continuation of this calmness and self-restraint. Each individual should continue with fortitude the usual routine and be prepared to carry on with confidence and promptitude such directions from the administration as may be issued for security and well-being. The military is on the alert, and every possible defense measure is being undertaken. My message is one of serenity and confidence. Wherein Lieutenant General MacArthur. Here in Manila, the Yokohama Species Bank in downtown Manila is completely surrounded by armed guards with sawed-off shotguns and machine guns to prevent sabotage or destruction of the bank's funds. It is not officially confirmed whether the personnel of the bank has been taken into custody, but it is expected that they have been. All Japanese stores in Manila failed to open their doors this morning. More about this later when official confirmation can be had. At this moment, the Civil Emergency Administration is working together with General MacArthur's staff on a plan for evacuating the non-essential men, women, and children from Manila. A blackout may be ordered for tonight, although we have received no official word from the Civilian Emergency Administration. Schools will undoubtedly be closed, effective immediately. Many parents kept their children from school this morning and are getting ready to evacuate from Manila. It has been rumored, in fact, a report from London radio this morning had it that Singapore has been attacked by the Japanese at approximately the same time as the attack on Hawaiian Islands. No definite confirmation of this has been had yet, although we are trying to contact the British consul here to see if he has any word on this rumor. I again say that it was rumored that Singapore was simultaneously attacked by the Japanese this morning at the time that Pearl Harbor and Oahu Island were being bombed. Another radio report. An unnamed transport sunk 1,600 miles out of Manila with 350 lives lost. This has not been confirmed. We called up the Naval Department, and they have no confirmation of this. We also have a radio report to the effect that 700 miles off of San Francisco, a freighter was sunk. This also has not been confirmed. So far, the Manila is calm and apparently confident that the United States Armed Forces here will be able to protect Manila and environs from any attacks by the Japanese. There seems to be no last-minute frenzy of the people, and many of them are going about their business as usual. This is First Silent speaking. I will be with you again later in the day, and I'm now returning you to NBC.
This is NBC San Francisco, and presenting at this time our Far Eastern authority, Upton Close.
Hello, Americans. We have an interesting report from Portland saying that the consul there, Mr. Oka, is very surprised and very unhappy over the sudden war in the Pacific. Smoke was going up to the consulate's office. We had an interesting time here in San Francisco, where Mr. Hal Wolf of our San Francisco force went up to see what was happening to the Japanese consulate here. He's going to tell you in just a minute. Just take a minute for that, Hal.
I'll do just that. We wandered up to this gray sandstone two-story house of a 2622 Jackson in San Francisco, the home of Yoshio Muto, the Japanese consul general, primarily to see Mr. K. Inagaki, secretary to Mr. Muto. But we arrived, coincidentally, with the San Francisco Fire Department was just one of those things. And that the fire was raging in and around the second-floor bedroom fireplace is also one of those things. Mr. Inagaki, with whom we talked, had no comment in particular to make relative to how the fire started, added only that the fireplace was mostly ornamental and apparently had been used by mistake. However, Captain Larry Dwyer of the San Francisco Fire Department declared that upon his arrival, the area around the fireplace was one roaring blaze, and that apparently too many papers had been burned at one time. Generally, we found out that quite a number of people had been in and out of the residence area there in the Pacific Heights section of San Francisco, a rather an exclusive residential area, and that quite a number were there. And just as we left, We noted that in front of the consulate home, a large black sedan bearing the foreign government license 186 was parked, and that further that the rear license tag bore the name Argentina.
Thank you, Hal. Well, it all points up to the fact that the Japanese consular force in this country was taken as much off guard as our government was in the action of the Japanese Navy. We are now at war in the Pacific, and the first thing the forces of America have to do is to tend to defense and safety. Second thing they will do is to follow orders from Washington to take the offensive, as and how it is planned out. Guam has been under attack. At the moment, there's a second attack going on over Hawaii. We have indications, however, that we have taken control of the air over Hawaii and that things are not going so bad. One report says that anti-aircraft fire and naval action has bagged 6 Japanese planes and 4 submarines. And there's a report not yet confirmed, I believe, that a submarine carrier has been sunk. Things are spreading over to the other side of the Pacific. We have a report that the Japanese have landed a force on the Isthmus of Kra. And that is the touchy part between Malaya and Siam, which we hope the British would occupy first. The Japanese are there cutting the British in two at the moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard NBC's weekly roundup of the latest news at home and abroad. During the broadcast, you heard Mary Brock speaking to you from Ankara, Turkey, Grant Parr from Cairo, Egypt, Fred Bate from London, Walker's reported from Washington, Bert Silen from Manila, and our final report was by Upton Close from our San Francisco studios. This is the Blue Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
We will interrupt all programs to give you latest news bulletins. Stay tuned to this station.
J-L-L-O. The Jell-O program brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Puddings, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with the Gay Ranchero. A convenient way to buy Jell-O, ladies and gentlemen, is to get several packages at a time and use them as you want them. And with the new Jell-O, you can do this without any fear that your supply of Jell-O will lose flavor and freshness as it stands on the pantry shelf. You can now buy a dozen packages of Jell-O at one time and know that they will all stay at the peak of their goodness until you want them. Because today, Jell-O's flavor is locked into the Jell-O particles by an exclusive Jell-O process. The tiny Jell-O particles deliver their full-strength flavor to you intact. Now prove it for yourself. Open a package of Jell-O. Notice that there's no telltale aroma, no sign of escaping fragrance and flavor. But the instant you dissolve the Jell-O, you unlock its captive flavor, and out it pours in all its original richness. Tomorrow when you order Jell-O, order several packages. Get all of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors, and always have a full assortment on hand from which to choose. You can keep Jell-O as long as you please. Its flavor doesn't go away. We put it in, and it's there to stay. The Gay Ranchero played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my very great honor to bring you a man who last Sunday on this program gave you what was undoubtedly the finest performance of his acting career.
That's right, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
So without further ado, I give you the only actor in America who can make Jekyll and Hyde sound like Brenda and Cobina, Jack Benny.
Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, that may be your idea of a funny introduction. But to ridicule my performance of last Sunday, which everyone hailed as a dramatic nugget, that really burns me up.
Now, take it easy, Jack. I thought you played the part well enough, but I happened to see the picture, and I didn't think you were as good as Spencer Tracy.
Oh, you didn't?
No.
Well, Don, let me ask you something. Who signs your check every week? Spencer Tracy or the Benny Goose that lays the golden egg? take that as my thought for today.
But, Jack, you don't seem to understand.
No.
When Spencer Tracy played the part, there was a decided difference between both characters. But when you did it, I couldn't tell your Jekyll from your Hyde.
Well, you can't tell your stomach from an igloo. So what do you know about it? A fine pal you turned out to be.
Now, Jack.
And don't call me Jack. From now on, you will please address me as Mr. Benny, and I'll call you Mr. Wilson. Is that clear?
Oh, I think you're being very childish about the whole matter. Absolutely childish.
Don't try to bring my age down. Flattery won't help. Remember that, Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Wilson? Who's Mr. Wilson?
That hulk over yonder. Listen, Mary, you witnessed my performance last week. What did you think of it?
Well, personally, I thought you were very good as Georgie Jessel.
I wasn't Jessel, I was Jekyll. Dr. Jekyll.
Well, in that case, phooey.
Phooey? What do you mean, phooey? I don't get it.
All right, take the word lovely and fool around with it.
Let's see. Lovely, lively, Mr. Benny to you. And let me remind you and Mr. Wilson of something that you both may have forgotten. When I switched from Dr. Jekyll to that horrible Mr. Hyde and that gruesome look came over my face, women in the audience screamed. One of them even fainted.
Well, it won't happen today. They caught that mouse.
Oh, then I guess I can take these bicycle clips off my pants. However, as long as you and Don are in such a critical mood, I'd like to point out that Christmas is only 18 days away.
Why else did you come in mad at everybody?
All right, keep it up, keep it up. You know, I already bought your Christmas present, young lady, but I may exchange it for something cheaper.
Something cheaper?
Yes.
They don't dig a bargain basement that deep.
Well, you worked in more of them than I did. I can go along with a ouch. You do that once more, Miss Livingston. There'll be a... Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Gee, was that a performance you gave last week? Was that a performance?
Well, thanks, Dennis. I'm glad you liked it.
Not only me, my whole family thought you were wonderful.
That's nice. I'm glad someone appreciated me.
Listen, Jack, the trouble with you is the minute you do something halfway good, it goes right to your head.
Mr. Benny was wonderful.
Quiet. Why, to hear you talk, Jack, anyone would think you were the biggest ham in Hollywood.
Oh.
I'd like to see a bigger one, by golly.
Well, thanks, Dennis. You tried. Anyway, you thought I was good.
Oh, marvelous. What a performance.
Well, look, kid. I'm making out my Christmas list today, so before singing your song, how about throwing out a few hints? What would you like Uncle Jack to get you?
Well, I thought of a few things, but they're pretty expensive.
Just name them. You're one person in this cast that deserves the best. Wait till I get my pencil here. Now, what do you want, Dennis?
Well, I'd like to have a nice gray suit with a pinstripe.
Okay. One gray suit with pinstripe. Anything else?
Well, I'd love to have a grand piano to practice my songs on.
Okay. One grand piano.
Are you sure you got lead in that pencil, Mr. Benny?
Yes. Now, what else do you want, Dennis?
Well, I've always wanted one of those toy birds on a stick, and when you swing it around your head, the bird goes...
Okay. One bird on stick. Now, what else do you want?
Oh, stop, will you? You're just trying to make Don and me jealous. Dennis isn't going to get all that stuff.
Well, he's getting something he wants.
Gee, I wonder what it is.
I'll give you a hint, kid.
Don't spoil the surprise, for heaven's sake. Now, go ahead with your song, Dennis.
Okay.
Hold it a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I want to congratulate you on your performance as Mr. Hyde last week. I was so frightened, my hair stood on end.
Your hair? What hair?
Right there. Stand up, Herman.
Oh, get out of here. Herman. Well, I suppose if you only got one hair, you might as well have a name for it. Sing, Dennis.
Ladies and gentlemen, a special announcement. The entire regular personnel of the sheriff's and police office has been placed on a 2-platoon basis with 12-hour shift. All auxiliary personnel has been directed to stand by for emergency service instructions. The regular county defense program is functioning in an orderly manner, and citizens are urged to remain calm and avoid all unnecessary confusion because of hysteria. Citizen volunteers are asked to go quietly to their nearest police or fire stations and offer their services if they wish to help. There is no immediate cause for alarm, and coolness will accomplish more than anything else.
A medley of Everything I Love and All the Things You Are, sung by Dennis Day. Very good, Dennis, but what's the idea of singing 2 songs today, huh?
Well, Mr. Benny, I've got 2 girls, and I thought I'd dedicate a number to each of them.
2 girls? Well, that's modern youth for you. You know, Dennis, when I was your age, I was satisfied with only 1 girl. Gussie Bagelquist. Gussie was a dream, yeah.
Is that the girl you sued because she cut you with her buck teeth?
I never sued her. I just told her to get a brace on. Anyway, I was talking to Dennis.
Whatever happened to your girl, Mr. Benny?
Gussie? Oh, I went into vaudeville, and she went away to veterinary college. We sort of drifted apart. She's one of the biggest horse doctors in northern Illinois now. Doing very well, too.
Do you keep in touch with her, Mr. Benny? Do you ever write to her?
Oh, once in a while when he has a cold or something.
Yeah, I had a touch of the flu a couple of weeks ago, and she sent me some pills that were as big as baseballs. And some liniment to rub on my withers. One thing about Gussie, though, I never get a bill from her. That's... Well, Look who's here.
Hiya, Jackson. How's my pal?
Don't Jackson or pal me, Mr. Harris. Let me ask you something. Did you or did you not go into the Brown Derby after last Sunday's show and tell people that my acting was putrid?
Last Sunday? Maybe I did. I say that lots of times.
Well, you did. You told everybody at your table that I was very bad as Jekyll and Hyde.
How do you know?
Because I've got a waiter there that spies for me.
Naturally, you couldn't tip a waiter just for waiting on you.
Mary, that's a little arrangement between Andre and me.
Yeah, I should have known that waiter was a spy. His mustache fell in my soup.
He wearing a false mustache? I told him not to overdo it. Anyway, Phil, you did run down my performance.
Yeah, but I changed my mind about that. You know, I met one of the greatest dramatic actors in this town last night, and he said you were great. Orson thought you were terrific.
Who, Orson Welles?
No, Orson Buggy. Ain't that a loo?
Well, that settles it. If I don't get Glenn Miller in my stocking Christmas morning, I'll never write another letter to Santa. And incidentally, Mr. Harris, you better have a good excuse for coming in late today.
Well, I'm sorry, Jackson, but I was out shopping. Say, Mary, you know what I'm getting Alice for Christmas this year?
No, what?
A roadster.
A roadster, say.
You know, for the oven.
That's a roaster. Buys his wife a roaster for Christmas and calls it a roadster.
All right, I'll put wheels on it. That's a Sharpie, eh, Jackson?
It's a Sharpie, eh, Jackson? Sharpie. And don't call me Jackson. I'm Mr. Benny to you and to everybody else on this program except Dennis.
You mean I can call you Jack?
Yes, until I make up with the others. What burns me up, I worked my head off on that play last week and did a swell job.
You sure did, Jack.
And this little episode just shows me who my friends are.
That's telling them, Jack.
After all, I had to follow a pretty good actor in that part, Spencer Tracy. Why, I would never have even tried it if we both hadn't won the Academy Award.
Wait a minute. When did you ever win the Academy Award?
And another thing.
I said, when did you ever win the Academy Award?
And another thing.
Answer my question. When did you win the Academy Award?
I wish I had, brother. Would I have you in a spot? I guess that takes care of you.
You said it, Jackie.
Look, Dennis, just Jack, not Jackie. Give him an inch, you want to take a whole foot. What a gang. I got a good mind to go home.
Oh, for goodness sake, Jack, will you stop acting like a baby? You ought to know the whole thing was a rib.
Oh, sure.
As a matter of fact, I liked your performance in Jekyll and Hyde so much that I wrote a sequel to it.
Well, ain't you the fat little Noel Coward? Who cares what you wrote?
And Jack, now get this. As a favor to me, I want you to play the leading part in this drama.
I'll tell him when he comes in. You can keep your old sequel.
But you've got to help me out, Jack. There's no one else in the cast with sufficient dramatic ability to handle it.
Look, I'm not going to... Dramatic, eh? Well, all right, Don, I'll do it.
I thought you were mad at him.
Never mind.
You'd go over Niagara Falls in a Dixie cup if someone told you it was dramatic.
What's dramatic about a Dixie cup? Don, you say you've written a sequel to Jekyll and Hyde?
Yes, Jack, but my play is called Mr. Hyde and Dr. Jekyll.
Oh, well, that sounds interesting.
Here's the script.
Thanks. Just a second, Don. I'll give you a build-up. Chord, please. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Don Wilson, that eminent American author, has written another of his famous one-act plays. Take it, Don.
The scene is the residence of Mr. and Mrs. Homer D. Hyde in the thriving little town of Upper Plate, Indiana. It is 7:30 p.m. Curtain. Music.
Oh, dear, it's 7:30 and Homer isn't home yet. I wonder if his horse and buggy broke down. Gee, I hope it's one of his moods. Ah, here he comes now. Good evening, Homer, dear. You're a little late, aren't you?
All right, I'm late. And I'll be late any time I feel like it.
Aren't you going to kiss me, darling?
Kiss me. Every night a kiss. I'll kiss you with this umbrella.
Ouch!
I'm going to bed. Good night.
But, Homer, you haven't even said hello to the twins, Otto and Blotto. Say hello to Daddy, children. Hello, Daddy.
Hello, Daddy. Oh, shut up. Oh, so one more peep out of you kids and I'll kick your teeth out as soon as they grow in. I'm going to bed now.
But, Homer, darling, you haven't had your dinner yet.
Dinner, every night dinner. I don't want any dinner.
But, Homer, dear, at least have some dessert.
What kind of dessert?
I won't tell you, but I'm sure you like it. Here, have a dish.
Very well. I'll try it. But if I eat it and decide I don't like it, someone will be dead. Murdered.
He's eating the dessert. I do hope he likes it. If not, what will happen to me and Otto and Blotto?
Gee. Oh, boy.
Homer, speak to me. Speak to me.
Oh, my darling. That tasted so good. What is the name of that tempting and economical dessert with the new locked-in process?
Jell-O, dear, and it comes in 6 delicious flavors.
Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and wine. My sons, at last I love you. Well, Don, congratulations. You wrote a wonderful play.
But, Jack, without you, it would have been impossible. You were even better than last week.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. Well, how about a band number, Phil?
Okay, Dowdy.
Hold it. Come in.
Well, Mr. Benny, you did it again.
Were you scared?
Look at Herman. He just won't go down.
What a head he's got. That's the only persimmon I ever saw with brown eyes. Play, Phil.
Another war bulletin. Shanghai. The Japanese took over the American Shanghai Power and Light Company this morning. A bulletin from New York. The Japanese news agency broadcast tonight the Japanese Foreign Minister, Shigenori Togo, summoned U.S. Ambassador Joseph C. Grew and handed to him Japan's reply to Secretary of State Cordell Hull's terms for peace in the Pacific. This news came hours after the bombing of Honolulu. We return you now to Hollywood.
Nango from Weekend in Havana, played by Blotto Harris, and that goes for the whole orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce that next week is a special attraction.
Gee, Mr. Benny, I can't get over the way you played Mr. Hyde just now. Was that a performance?
It thrilled you, eh, Dennis?
I'll say. That crazy laugh just sent shivers right through me.
Well.
The kid's right, Jackson. How'd you ever learn to do that?
Well, Phil, you just have to get into the mood and feel it. You have to imagine that you're a raving maniac.
When was the first time you ever did that crazy laugh, Jack?
Last year at Santa Anita, lost 3 races in a row.
Never mind.
When they caught him, he was chewing down the grandstand like a beaver.
Well, you'd be mad, too, so let's forget it. Now, as I started to announce, ladies and gentlemen, next week is a special attraction.
You know, Mr. Benny, I'd like to learn how to do that laugh so I can scare my girlfriend.
Oh, it's easy, Dennis.
Gee, I wish you'd show me how to do it, Mr. Benny.
Oh, I don't
Come
feel
on, Jackson, do that laugh for us again.
Well, look, Dennis, here's the way you do it. You've got to screw up your face and get it all distorted. Then you rip open your tie and shirt.
Well, don't you have to muss up your hair a little?
My hair?
You know, those 3 Hermans.
That's not important. Anyway, Dennis, once you're in this mood, you read a menacing line and then laugh. Now, get this. I'm going out for a walk now. A nice, long walk. And when I come back, someone will be dead. Murdered. Murdered. Ooh.
What's the matter, Jack?
My jaw slipped out of place. Look at it. His what?
His jaw slipped out of place.
Get a doctor. Hurry up.
What a performance!
Don't say they're looking at me. Call my doctor.
Dusty Bagel Twist, Waukegan 8362.
Not her. Just someone in town.
Now, take it easy, Jack. Take it easy.
Oh, it hurts.
Just hold still, Jack, and I'll snap your jaw back in place.
All right. Hurry up, John.
Now, brace yourself.
Okay. Thanks, Don. Dennis, the next time you want me to show you something, wait till the program's over.
Well, it's your own fault for showing off.
I wasn't showing off. Phil.
Well, I got a few left over from last week.
Put those fish back in the piano. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I started to announce before I dislocated my jaw, next week as a special attraction, the Benny Stock Company is going to present... Oh, now what? Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
What do you want?
Boss, it's no use. I tried and I can't get Carmichael to go to sleep.
Rochester, that polar bear's got to go to sleep. He's supposed to have been in hibernation over 10 days ago.
Uh-huh.
If Carmichael doesn't get to sleep by the middle of this month, he'll be a wreck in the spring. Where is he now?
Sitting up in bed reading Esquire.
Esquire? Well, take it away from him.
Oh, come now, boss. He's been around.
I mean, he's got to get to sleep. Now, Rochester, use a little psychology on him. Give him some warm milk. Give him some warm milk, put on his pajamas, and brush his teeth.
Would you mind repeating that slowly, please?
I said give him some warm milk.
Uh-huh.
Put on his pajamas.
Uh-huh.
And brush his teeth.
Uh-uh.
Rochester, what are you afraid of? That bear is as gentle as a lamb. He wouldn't bite you.
He wouldn't, eh?
No.
Then why am I the largest single user of Band-Aids in the USA?
Rochester, listen, Carmichael doesn't hate you. He likes you. He likes everybody.
Then what happened to the gas man?
Nothing happened to the gas man. Carmichael doesn't eat people.
You ought to see that letter he wrote Santa Claus.
What letter?
Dear Santa, please send a fat boy to read the meter.
Oh, stop making things up. Now, you keep Carmichael in bed, and when I come home, I'll sing Rockabye Baby to him. That'll put him to sleep.
Okay, so long.
So long.
Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
Are you coming home for dinner tonight?
Yes.
Well, that'll finish up the wild duck.
Good. So long. I gotta get that bear to sleep before Christmas or he'll want a present. Play, Phil. Ooh, my jaw.
Friends, while you're looking through the December magazines in search of an idea for Aunt Martha's Christmas present, keep an eye open for this month's Jell-O page. A full page of Jell-O treats illustrated in such rich, glowing colors that it makes your mouth water just to look at it. One of the desserts is called Jack Benny's Special Apricot Ring, and honestly, friends, I think it's just about the grandest-looking dessert Jell-O ever made. It's an easy recipe, too. Just dissolve 1 package of lemon Jell-O in 1 1/4 cups of hot water. Next, add a dash of salt and 3/4 of a cup of syrup from the canned sliced apricots. Then chill until thickened and fold in 2 1/2 cups of the sliced apricots themselves. When molded, serve with a garnishing of whipped cream, apricot quarters, and green maraschino cherries. And there it is, a golden, glistening mold of juicy sliced apricots and sunny lemon Jell-O. candy apricots and lemon jello are being featured by many grocers all next week. So get them both and make up this delicious treat. Jello makes any gelatin recipe taste extra good because its locked-in flavor gives you all the flavor, always.
This is the last number of the 10th program in the current Jello series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Oh, Mary, you want to have dinner at my house tonight?
No, thanks. I've had so much of that duck, I'm a bigger quack than Gussie.
Don't pay any attention to her, Gussie. Good night, folks. Phil!
Tomorrow, when you visit your grocer's, look at the shelf where you always see those familiar packages of Jell-O. Right beside them, or very near them, you'll spy another Jell-O product. Jell-O puddings in 3 grand flavors: chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch. You might try Jell-O butterscotch pudding. It's as smooth as cream and simply full of rich, golden butterscotch flavor. A pudding that your whole family will want to enjoy again and again. So when you order Jell-O, order Jell-O puddings, too. They're just like Grandma's, only more so. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will interrupt all programs to give you latest news bulletins. Stay tuned to this station.
Here comes the Fitch Bandwagon. Laugh a while, let a song be your side. You sip shampoo. Don't despair, use your head, save your hair. You sip shampoo. Yes, there once again is the musical greeting that welcomes you to another gay ride with the Fitch Bandwagon. Brought to you by the makers of the famous Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo and Ideal Hair Tonic. Again, we bring you one of America's great dance bands and that man who knows his band, Toby Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Dahlstead, and hello, everybody. Well, folks, a trip all the way out to Hollywood just wouldn't be complete without giving you some of that product for which Hollywood is so superlatively famous. Of course, I mean that glamour, that truly top-notch entertainment. You know, our guest tonight has a lot of personality, and his band just can't be beat for sheer entertainment quality. But now, you don't have to take my word for that. Listen to this. Yes, it's none other, Horace Height. Well, Horace, tell me, how'd you like that build-up I just handed you?
Toby, don't you think you went just a little overboard in all that praise?
Oh, not at all. Don't you realize that Horace, Height, and Hollywood all start with the same letter?
Yes, but do you realize that also starting with the same letter H is a kind of meat that comes sugar-cured from Virginia?
Well, that joke's good on whole wheat toast. Mighty subtle, Horace. You know, it stops me cold. And while we're stopped, let's listen to your arrangement of the Piano Concerto in B-flat. You know, we've heard it a lot of times featuring piano, but never have we had an opportunity of hearing it arranged for the famous Horace Height triple-tonguing trumpeter. This program to bring you a special bulletin. San Francisco, with the entire West Coast on a virtual war basis, Mayor Angelo J. Rossi declared San Francisco in a state of emergency tonight and demanded the immediate cessation of all strikes in order to present a united front. Bulletin from Washington. Secretary Morgenthau tonight closed the nation's border to Japanese nationals
and impose the strict ban on any financial transaction by Japanese aliens. We return you now to Hollywood.
Well, folks, I went out to see Horace Heights Ranch in the valley the other night. Believe me, I'm still breathless. It's just a half hour from Hollywood and completely out of this world. Why, there are orange groves producing those famous pot of gold oranges.
Toby, it's so cold the past week that I've had to light the smudge pots every night.
Smudge pot?
Yes, Toby, you know what a smudge pot is. A tin can that burns oil and smoke, and you find them on any used car lot in Hollywood.
Well, believe me, Horace, you certainly have everything on that ranch. There are fig trees, olive trees, horses, dogs, turkeys, and, man, that swimming pool. A putting green, wave, and a gymnasium.
Yes, and I have a marvelous fellow in charge of the whole thing. He's a 3-letter man.
College boy, eh?
No, he sat down on a branding iron. No, but speaking of cattle, Toby, do you know that I can milk 100 cows with my left hand?
Well, tell me, Horace, why with your left hand?
Because that's my old cow hand.
Horace, do any of the boys in the band help you do the chores around the place out there?
Not since Red Farrington came out one day with a pair of boxing gloves on and started punching the cows. But the whole gang does make the ranch their hangout, and we have some swell barbecues and parties.
Well, I can believe that. You know, I think it's wonderful, the great family spirit of the old Double-H Ranch. I can just see them now. You know, that setting sun is casting purple shadows over the fruit trees. The sheep are out there grazing quietly in the distance, and we hear a whistle as the sheepdogs are called home. And who is that whistle? Right on schedule by Fred Lowry, of course. And now we see the shepherd, who's none other than Larry Cotton. So it's really no wonder Horace Heights made the tune famous, Shepherd's Serenade.
I heard a lonely shepherd play. It was a haunting melody. I heard the music clearly say that he was happy as could be. He played and he played. The world was forgotten, like castles in air. By every care began to fade. If he would only play forever, his little shepherd's serenade.
I was reading your biography the other day, and from it I learned that you have the most versatile band on earth.
Toby, my boys are so versatile they make music from that little round bottle that bears the Fitch label.
But that's easy, Horace. As a matter of fact, that familiar bottle of Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo is music. For who doesn't feel the urge to sing the way Fitch Shampoo makes the hair so attractive and antiseptically clean? Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo is so easy to use, too. Applied to the dry hair and scalp, Fitch's penetrates and cleanses the thousands of tiny hair openings, actually dissolving the dandruff. Then, when a little hard or soft water is added, a rich, abundant lather forms to carry off this dirt, dust, and dandruff. No after rinse is necessary. Yes, Fitch Shampoo is that easy to use, and it's not expensive. The whole family can enjoy its benefits even on a limited budget. That's Fitch Shampoo for you. It's the only shampoo in the world which guarantees to remove dandruff with the first application. A guarantee backed by one of the world's largest insurance firms.
So ask for a professional Fitch application at your barber or beauty shop, or buy a bottle of Fitch shampoo at your drug counter. And remember, after and between Fitch shampoos, you can keep your hair shining and manageable by using a few drops of Fitch's Ideal Hair Tonic every day. B.I. by.
The Don Juans had a get-together. The gathering was large, but things got duller than the weather, so Donna was took charge. She went to the piano and took her D
for Donna,
putting it to music in the major key. D-I-di-di-o-do, D-I-di-di-di-di-o-do, di-di-di-do, di-u-do, di-di-di-do, do-do, di-u-do. Then Private John and Julia said they'd sing a duet, but when they started in, we saw that they were all wet. Why-I-I, why-oh-yo, why-I-yiddy-I, why-oh-yo, yiddy-I-yo, why-you-you, yiddy-I-O-you. You like to take a walk? B-I-bye, B-O-bo, billy-B-I-bye, billy-B-O-bo, billy-O-beep-bo-beep-bo-beep-bo-beep-bo-bo-ah. Lily-I, lily-o, lily-I-O, you idiot. Leo, li-I, leo, li-I-no. Hello, Lulu, le-li-li-Lulu, hello.
The other day, I read about some of the problems that Ringling Brothers Circus face when they're out on the road. And I can't help but think that with your company of 30 performers, you've got a lot in common. You know, it takes 4 tons of food every day just to feed that Ringling outfit.
That's nothing. Red Farrington alone equals that food bill.
Horace, how in the world do you take care of the 1,000,001 details that must crop up when you're traveling on the road?
Well, we're set up like a small town with administration duties divided among the various members of our organization.
Oh, wait a minute. You mean you have a mayor, a clerk, police force, and all that sort of thing?
That's the idea. For example, there's a librarian to take care of our music, a station master to take care of our railroad tickets, and a treasurer to more or less distribute the paychecks.
Well, who gives out those paychecks?
I do.
And who are you?
Beauty.
And that gives you a rough idea of how the boys get paid.
I see what you mean now. Well, tell me, who's the mayor of your city government, Horace?
I am the little flower of Hightsville.
Yeah, with a name like Horace, it was only natural we should choose him as our mayor. Oh, that's brutal, Horace. You know, there ought to be a law in Hightsville against jokes like that. Why don't you call a cop?
I can't, Toby. Red Farrington is the cop. If you don't believe it, look at those feet.
I can't see anything else.
Anyway, that gives us an idea how we put efficiency into the running of our organization.
Well, man, with such ideas, no wonder you have the whole music business constantly talking about you. And the latest stunts you're doing. You know, here's something else for everybody to talk about. And I mean the piano artistry of Frankie Carl and a Frank DeVoe adaptation of the familiar Turkish march by Mozart. That was recently recorded, incidentally, by Horace Heidt under the banner of Carl meets Mozart.
Horace, I've been thinking it over, and it seems to me you've become identified with more unique ideas than any other band leader in the business. Well, man, you're the one that gave America Sweeter Swing, Answers by the Dancers, the Pot of Gold, and now the Treasure Chest.
Well, thanks, Toby, but you on the Fitch Bandwagon have come up with a mighty swell idea yourself.
Now, you wouldn't be referring to the Fitch Bandwagon Special, would you?
None other. It's a great stunt and right down our alley.
All right, Horace, if you'll give us a fanfare, suppose we have Dresser Dahlstead tell our listeners just exactly how the old Fitch Bandwagon Special works.
Yes, the Fitch Bandwagon Special is a great idea because it brings you the very latest, the newest monogrammed music of your guests here on the Bandwagon. For you see, each week the big-name band which comes to you in person also makes a very special recording of a swell hit tune done in its own characteristic manner. And then, yes, right here on this program, the band plays the number in person for the first time, exactly as it has been recorded by them a day or two ago. Now, tomorrow morning at Columbia record dealers throughout the country, you will be able to obtain this same Fitch Bandwagon Special which you are about to hear. It will be the identical twin of this great song played in a personalized Horace Height manner and recorded by Columbia.
Well, that tells the whole story, Dresser, and mighty well. And now that the folks know exactly how to start a fine collection of their favorite orchestra recordings, well, all that's left is for Horace Height to give a downbeat, and we're off with this week's special. Horace Height, the musical night, featuring the voices of Charlie Goodman with Donna and the Don Juans, and I'll Never Forget.
While there's a rose crushed in a bush, while there remains a dimly lit note, I'll remember the vow that we took. I'll never forget. While automobiles park in the dark, rendezvous hid by the dark in the park, I'll remember the touch of your arms. I'll never forget. The dreams we wasted, lavishly spent, I wish we could squander again. Those kisses recaptured would keep me content, but I'm wishing in vain. I carelessly watched the hours slip by, thought they were countless like stars in the sky. Now they're memories, a tear that I'll never forget. While there's a rose crushed in a bush, while there remains a dimly lit note, I remember the vow that we took.
I never will forget.
Never, 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 while automobiles park in the dark, rendezvous hid by the dark in the park. I remember the touch of your arms.
I never will forget.
Dreams we wasted, lavishly spent, I wish we could squander again. Those kisses recaptured would keep me content, but I'm wishing in vain, just wishing. I carelessly watched the hours slip by, thought they were countless like stars in the sky. Now they're memories, a tear in the dark. I'll never forget. No, I'll never forget.
You know, Horace, I always read the woman's page of the newspaper just in case they put anything there that they don't want a fella to see. And believe it or not, yesterday I was...
Stop, Toby. You're about to give away a secret. No, Horace, not a secret. I knew what Toby was going to say because he showed me the paper. His only comment was, "Isn't that the truth?" Now, here's the quotation. It's highly interesting to note that while men see beauty in such different types of women, they all agree that beauty is inevitably dependent on beautiful hair. Yes, girls, that is the truth. And that's why you should depend on Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo to keep your hair as beautiful as that of all the lovely models, of all the glamorous and attractive women who lead such busy lives in such a busy world. Millions of them? Yes, millions. Because Fitch's is the largest selling shampoo in the United States and Canada, insist on a regular weekly Fitch shampoo. And no wonder, for Fitch's actually reconditions as it cleanses. And furthermore, it's recommended by the Good Housekeeping Bureau. So, in buying a shampoo which claims to end your dandruff worries, remember, any product which will not remove dandruff the first time you use it will never remove dandruff. Then remember the famous Fitch Guarantee. Yes, for gloriously beautiful hair, use Fitch shampoo regularly each week. Fitch's, spelled F-I-T-C-H, is guaranteed to remove dandruff with the first application.
Horace, I don't believe there's any more versatile musical organization in the business than your orchestra. You know, folks, in addition to straight dance music, Horace offers star musicians, a whistler, a half-dozen singers, comedians, an impersonator, radio announcer. Well, with such an array of talent, it's little wonder that Horace and his boys have become famous for such musical features as their song stories. Now, tonight they want to give you their version of Jonah and the Whale. Horace?
We interrupt this program to bring you a special bulletin. Washington, the War Department gave the White House a preliminary estimate of 104 dead and more than 300 wounded tonight in the Army forces alone as a result of Japan's bombing of the island of Oahu. Neither figure included civilian casualties in the raid on Oahu, the principal island in the Hawaiian group. We return you now to Hollywood.
Jim, that's the way to get this mighty power.
Jonah started rowing out to sea and soon met his pals, the three little Fitches, who said,
Bop, good and bottom, bottom, too.
The Fitches said, "Look out, Jonah. Here comes the whale." And there under the boat was a big whale all covered with scales. Scales? Do the whales have a union? I thought it was just musicians. Just then, along came a whale and washed Jonah right into the whale's mouth. And that, my friends, was the world's first mouthwash.
And even my best friends wouldn't tell me.
Well, sir, there was Jonah in the tummy of the whale. It was dark as pitch, and he lit a cigarette.
Keep the home fire burning.
All of a sudden, the whale screamed. What are you trying to do? Set the world on fire, and Jonah answered,
I just want to start a flame in your heart.
Of course, for heartburn, the whale should have taken a tump. But he didn't know about that. He got mad, decided to choose Jonah, so he said to him,
Haven't you heard? I am the Chattanooga choo-choo.
Jonah was in a fix, but he was equal to the occasion, because what did he have with him but a bottle of famous Fitch's shampoo?
It's forever making bubbles.
Well, sir, Jonah emptied the bottle of Fitch's inside the whale, and that did the trick. It shot him forward right out through the top of the whale. Of course, everyone knows Fitch's will wash you in the head, so the moral of this story is...
That was really swell, Horace. No fooling, the program wouldn't have been complete without that. But right now, you know, there's another type of Horace-side entertainment that we have to have before we can say that our visit has really been complete. So how about one of those big Horace Heights feature arrangements?
I can see that you want to put the whole gang to work at once, Toby. Well, we've got one here entitled Zekel Saw the Wheel. How do you think that would be?
I think it's fine. You know, the reason we like them is the fact that not every orchestra has 30 performers and the ability to turn out one on a really big scale. So we're ready and waiting for your concert arrangement of Ezekiel Saw the Wheel.
Ezekiel saw the wheel way up in the middle of the air. Ezekiel saw the wheel way in the middle of the air.
The big wheel run by faith, the little wheel run by the grace of God. Wheel within a wheel way in the middle of the air.
Wheel, 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 wheel in the middle of the air. Wheel, 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 wheel in the middle of the air.
Wheel, 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 wheel in the middle of the air. Wheel, 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 wheel in the middle of the air. Ezekiel saw the wheel of time. Wheel in the middle of the wheel. And every spoke was a humankind. Wheel in the middle of the wheel. Away up yonder on the mountain top. Wheel in the middle of the wheel. My Lord, he spoke and the chariot stopped. Wheel in the middle of the wheel. Rolling, 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 turning, 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 spinning, 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 round, 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 round. He's rolling, 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 way up in the middle of the air. He's turning, 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 way in the middle of the air. He's rolling, 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 the little wheel rolling, 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 turning within a wheel, way in the middle of the air. Away in the middle of the air. Ezekiel saw the wheel, way up in the middle of the air. Ezekiel saw the wheel, way in the middle of the air. Wheel, 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 wheel in the middle of the air. Wheel, 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 wheel in the middle of the air.
Well, friends, I think this is just about where I come in. So now it's time to tell all you nice people goodbye, and thanks for keeping this date with us. And incidentally, Toby, I just signed a new star for the Heights Brigade.
You did, Horace? When?
This morning at 11 o'clock. The thing that made me sign her was the way she sang the Hut Hut song.
Well, now, Horace, wait a minute. That Hut Hut song, that's not new.
Well, it was the way she sang it. You know, my wife told me some months ago about this new sensation.
Well, that's great. What's her name, Horace?
Hildegard Harriet Height.
Hildegard Harriet Height?
Yes, 11 o'clock this morning. She weighs 6 pounds and looks like me.
Really, that's swell. And thanks for the front row seat to watch one of the greatest entertainment organizations in the business pass by us on parade. Well, friends, Chicago lies before us, and if you want to join us there next week along about this same time on these same stations, we're going to help you to daydream a bit by bringing you Castles in the Air. Yes, Chicago means a visit with Art Castle and his Castles in the Air. So make a note of it right now in your date book, will you? While you're making that note, this is Toby Reed saying not goodbye. Good night.
Bandwagon is brought to you by the makers of the famous Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo and Ideal Hair Tonic. And may I remind you again to ask your local music store for this week's Fitch Bandwagon special, Horace Heights Columbia recording of I'll Never Forget. This week's special record. A record which, like the finest in hair preparation, bears a Fitch label. Horace Heights' appearance tonight was through the courtesy of the makers of Chum. Then, the makers of Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo have perfected a new and exclusive product. Fitch's Quin Oil Hair Tonic, made from a new formula containing 5 essential oils. Use a few drops daily to stimulate the scalp, help protect the hair. Fitch's Quin Oil keeps your hair in place and glossy looking, yet it is not sticky and will not stain pillows or upholstery. Ask your barber to apply Fitch's Quin Oil Hair Tonic or get the big 6-ounce bottle for only 33 cents. Remember its name, Fitch's Quin Oil. Quin means 5, and Quin Oil contains 5 essential oils. A trial size of Fitch's Quin Oil is free with a regular-sized bottle of Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo at all drug retailers. This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
Program to give you latest news bulletins.
Stay tuned to this station.
Here comes the Fitch Bandwagon. Laugh a while, let us talk.
One moment, please.
Thank you, Dr. Dahlstead, and hello, everybody. Well, folks, a trip all the way out to Hollywood just wouldn't be complete without getting to some of that product for which Hollywood is most superlatively famous. Of course, I mean that.
Very finest. And here's the proof. Menon is the choice of more skin specialists, more doctors of dermatology than any other brand. More than the next two leading brands combined. Remember, for Christmas, Menon gift boxes for men. As our story opens, it is 5:30 a.m. at the United States Marine Corps base, and the bugler is lustily, if not melodiously, heralding the arrival of a new day.
Hey, Pumpkin, that's Reveille. Yeah, pretty, ain't it?
You know, the beds they give you here make it a pleasure to get up in the morning.
Well, when you get rich, Lighthouse, you can buy your own bed.
Yeah, I got it all picked out, only it ain't exactly a bed.
No?
No. It's one of them chasing lounges.
A chasing lounge?
Yeah, I was reading all about them in the Sears and Rowboat catalog.
I never heard of them.
Well, they ain't really for sleeping. They're for people who get tiresome in the afternoon and feel like collapsing. Hey, did you guys hear Reveille?
Sure.
Well, doesn't it mean anything to you?
Nah, we're not music lovers.
So you don't like the bugle, huh? At this time of morning, we wouldn't even like a sympathy or...
San Francisco in a state of emergency tonight and demanded the immediate cessation of all strikes in order to present a united front. Bulletin from Washington. Secretary Morgenthau tonight closed the nation's border to Japanese nationals and imposed a strict ban on any financial transaction by Japanese aliens. We return you now to Hollywood.
Always looking for a fight, that Sergeant Bliss. They tell me he won't even talk to himself without taking his glasses off.
I understand he found out about Sergeant Quirt sending him that fake telegram last week.
Yeah, and he promised to punch Quirt in the nose the first time he runs into him.
Well, with Bliss, a promise is a promise.
Sure, he's very promiscuous.
Boy, there's nothing like a good cold shower once you get under it.
Yeah.
It wakes you up, fills you full of pep, and makes you tingle all over.
Is the water any colder than it usually is?
I don't know. I ain't under it yet.
I sent for you, Captain, was to tell you that I've just been advised that a high-ranking official of the Navy Department is expected to arrive in camp today.
Thank you, sir.
He'll undoubtedly want to review your company, and it's very important that the men and equipment under your command be ready for his inspection.
I can assure you, General, that Company K will do everything possible to make a good impression on it.
It's very important that you check the report on company property and see that any shortages are made up immediately.
Yes, sir. I'll start on it at once.
Drop everything else that you're doing and get those reports to me not later than noon. We have no time to lose. That's all.
Aye, aye, sir.
Captain Flagg?
Yeah? What is it, Quirt?
Say, Flagg, Sergeant Bliss just found out about that phony telegram I sent him last week, and he says he's going to punch me in the nose today.
Well, you have lovely weather for it.
He can't scare me with any of his threats.
But when I tangle with Bliss, I want to be able to do a good job of it.
Well, nobody's stopping you, unless it's Bliss.
Ah, don't make me laugh. We've just got to think of something to stall Bliss along until I'm in condition to knock his head off.
I haven't any time to help you solve your personal matters, Quirt. Go and find Sergeant Bliss and tell him I want a complete report of small arms.
Bliss? Oh, I just got through telling you that Bliss is going to give me a punch in the nose the minute he sees me.
Well, tell him I want him to give you the report first.
Listen, I wouldn't talk to that guy.
Well, what's the matter? You afraid of him?
You know I'm not afraid of him. But what chance will I stand with a sprained wrist?
Oh, you told me once that you could lick him with one hand.
I could, but this is the wrong hand.
I also want you to tell Corporal Gowdy to make a detailed list of all automatic weapons and extra equipment.
I'll do it right now. I think he's in the library here. I'll tell him.
Yeah. And then come to my office as soon as you get through.
Okay, Flagg. Hey, Gowdy, what are you doing?
I'm reading a book.
Well, you can put it down now. I'm impressed.
You know, it wouldn't hurt you to read a book once in a while.
Well, who would I read it to? All the dames I know would run the neck.
Why don't you read him a book on how to make love?
I haven't written it yet. Hey, you know, I pulled a fast one on a little blonde last night. I said to her, honey, you'd be very proud to go out with a murine. And she said, you don't mean murine. Murine is for the eyes. And I said, well, am I hard to look at?
Yeah, that's very funny. Say, I meant to tell you, I was talking to that friend of mine, Dr. Sterling. You remember, you went up to his office last week.
Oh, you ought to remember. He gave me some pills to pep me up for the prize fight. And they turned out to be sleeping pills, and I was asleep in the ring.
Yeah, but you didn't see Dr. Sterling. That was some old guy that was minding the office for him. A guy who all his life has wanted to be a doctor, and when you walked in the office, he couldn't resist the temptation to make believe he was Dr. Sterling.
Well, he certainly fixed me up good.
The old guy's very sorry about the whole thing. He's coming down here today to apologize.
Oh, what good is an apology? In the meantime, my wrist isn't getting any better, and Sergeant Bliss is looking for me.
Well, what does Bliss want?
He's looking for a fight.
Well, you can't give him one. You got a sprained wrist.
He doesn't know about that. So he'll be expecting a fight.
Then he'll have to wait. You know you can't get blood out of a turnip.
I know that. But this nose of mine isn't a turnip.
Now, let me know how everything comes out. I want to finish this book.
Listen, your reading is over today.
Huh?
Captain Flagg wants you to get a list of all the automatic... Say, let me see that book. Hey, where did you get this?
Are you kidding?
No. This has given me a terrific idea. I'd like to know where you found it.
Can anybody hear us talking?
No. Where did you get it?
Out of the bookcase. They keep books there, too, you know.
Are you telling me the truth when you say Sergeant Quirt isn't here?
Sure, what would he be doing in the kitchen?
I thought maybe he'd come in for some of those delicious beans of yours.
What's the matter with him? I've been cooking them for years.
Sure, and they taste like it. You know, you just cook them as a matter of routine. Your heart isn't in it.
My heart's not supposed to be in it. The recipe calls for pork.
How long have you been in the service?
Since 1925.
Well, don't you know the Marines' motto?
Sure, Semper Fidelis, always faithful.
And if you're a good Marine, why do you use Navy beans?
Listen, Bliss, you're a gunnery sergeant, and I'm a mess sergeant. I don't tell you what to do on the rifle range, and I don't want you telling me what to do on the kitchen range.
Well, I'm going to tell you. That spinach you gave us last night had sand in it.
So what? I'm doing the best I can. I'm serving my country the same as you are.
Well, you don't have to serve it in the spinach. I didn't come here to argue anyway. I came here to find Sergeant Quirt.
I've already told you he ain't here.
Well, that's too bad. I had a little something I wanted to give him.
Yeah, he may drop in later. You can leave it with me if you want.
I'd like to, but it's a little present just for him.
If you give it to him now, aren't you afraid he'll open it before Christmas?
No, he won't be able to open it before New Year's. It's a black eye I'm giving him, and it's a hand-painted one.
Flagg, this is the best idea I've had in years.
Did you get those reports for me, Quirt?
I got the idea from a book that Gowdy was reading in the library. The Science of Hypnotism.
Hypnotism?
Yeah, I'm going to hypnotize Bliss.
Are you crazy? You don't know anything about hypnotism.
Neither does Bliss, so we're both starting out together. Did you ever see a reptile hypnotize a bird?
Yes, no. I haven't time to watch you.
But it's all done with the eyes and the mind.
Well, you've got the eyes.
Well, according to the book, there's nothing to it. Now, this is how it's done. I see Bliss coming toward me.
Look, Quirt. I don't have time for this sort of foolishness. The general is coming
a
out.
hypnotic eye like this. Now, Bliss's nicknames are Bulldog, Wildcat, and Tiger because he thinks he's wild. So when I'm giving him the beady stare, I plant in his subconscious mind that he isn't wild. I keep staring at him and repeating, I'm just a little wildflower, growing milder every hour. I'm just a little wildflower, growing milder every
Just a moment, we will return to our story with Victor McLaglen as Captain Flagg and Edmund Lowe as Sergeant Quirt. Ladies and gentlemen, any man on your Christmas list will be mighty pleased to receive a handsome Menon Christmas gift box. A gift box of Menon shave products. They're America's finest. The favorite with skin specialists. Yes, a recent impartial survey proves this important fact. Proves that more doctors of dermatology, specialists on skin care, use Menon shave products than any other brand. More than the next two leading brands combined. No other shave products offer such authoritative proof of quality. A fact that makes Menon gift boxes for men the perfect Christmas gift. There are 4 Menon gift boxes, each with a magnificent cover picture painted by a famous artist. Inside each gift box is a generous supply of Menon shave products. 2 kinds of Menon shave cream, plus Menon skin bracer, plus Menon talcum for men. These famous gift boxes sell for only $1.25 each, with a big deluxe box at $2. They're exceptional values. And so for the man in service, for the man at home, make this Christmas memorable with a Menon gift box. Every man will appreciate it, because man to man, it's Menon.
I'm just a little wildflower, growing milder every hour. Now, I just keep saying it over and over. Pretty soon, Bliss repeats it after me.
I'm just a little wildflower, growing milder every hour.
Yeah, that's it. And after he repeats it a few times, he starts believing it. Then when I have him under my hypnotic spell, I can make him do anything I want. Now, what do you think of that idea, Flagg?
I'm just a little wildflower, growing milder every hour.
Don't look at me that way, Captain.
I'm just a little wildflower, growing milder every hour.
Flagg! Flagg! Not you. I was only showing you how I was going to hypnotize Sergeant Bliss.
I'm just a little wildflower, growing milder every hour.
Well, what'll I do? What'll I do? Where's the book? Where's Corporal Gowdy? He's back. Well, what'll I do? What'll I do? Where's the book? Where's Corporal Gowdy? He's back. Well, what'll I do? What'll I do? Where's the book? Where's Corporal Gowdy? He's back. Well, what'll I do? What'll I do? Where's the book? Where's Corporal Gowdy? He's back. Well, what'll I do? What'll I do? Where's the book? Where's Corporal Gowdy? He's back. Well, what'll I do? What'll I do? Where's the book? Where's Corporal Gowdy? He's back. Well, what'll I do? What'll I do? Where's the book? Where's Corporal Gowdy? He's back. Well, what'll I do? What'll I do? Where's the book? Where's Corporal Gowdy? He's back. Well, what'll I do? What'll I do? Where's the book? Where's Corporal Gowdy? He's back. Well, what'll I do? What'll I do? Where's the book? Where's Corporal Gowdy? He's back.
You know what it takes? I'm just a little wildflower, growing milder every hour.
I don't know what's going on over there, but I'll be right over and find out.
Growing milder every hour.
I don't know what's going on over there, but I'll be right over and find out.
Now, you fellows understand that service in the Marine Parachute Troops is strictly voluntary. These troops are hand-picked, and only top-grade Marines are accepted. You know what it takes to be a parachute jumper? You know what it takes for a man to go up 25 or 30,000 feet in the air? I said, what does it take?
An airplane.
All right, never mind the wisecracks, I'm kidding. And you, Lighthouse, what are you looking so disgusted about? I don't like your altitude.
Hey, Corporal, if a guy goes 25 or 30,000 feet in the air, can he get down all right?
Well, they never left anybody up there yet. But supposing you jump out of a plane and your parachute don't open, then what? Then you bring it back and they give you another one. You mean they won't be mad at you?
Ain't it dangerous in one of them planes?
No, in case of any trouble, you always have a radio.
Well, if there was any trouble, I'd be too nervous to sit around and listen to the radio.
Above 17,000 feet, you have to breathe oxygen. Hey, what's that? It's pure air out of a tank. Hey, are you kidding? What do you mean, am I kidding? Well, I've ridden in them tanks, and I didn't think the air was so good. This is a different tank. How do you know which one he was riding in? Hey, Gowdy. Hey, watch yourself now, fellas. Here comes Sergeant Quirt. I've been looking all over for you, Gowdy. Something terrible happened. Yeah? Yeah. I was showing Captain Flagg how I was going to hypnotize Sergeant Bliss, and before I knew it, I had Flagg hypnotized. Now, where's that book? I left it in the library. Well, let's go find it. You gotta help me get Flagg out of this thing. Okay. Read your handbooks for a few minutes, fellas. I'll be right back. Did you guys hear what Sergeant Quirt told Corporal Gowdy? No. Well, I did, and I very
What can you expect? You don't mean droop. You mean drop. Well, what can you expect from a trip?
Captain Flagg has been hypnotized.
Hypnotized?
Yeah, he's in a transom.
I never understood much about that stuff.
Well, it's the way that you put people in a coma.
Well, ain't that hard to do?
Not when you know how. Say, for instance, you wanted to hypnotize me. You would just stare in my eyes and work on my unconscious mind.
Here's his office. I'll go in first.
I'm just a little wildflower growing milder every hour.
Oh, Captain, will you snap out of it? How do you feel, Captain Flagg?
I'm just a little wildflower growing milder every hour.
Oh, it's worse than I thought, Quirt. Well, maybe a sudden shock will bring him out of it. Pull his chair out from under him.
I'm just a little wildflower growing milder every hour.
I heard somewhere once that tickling would bring him out of it. Tickling? Well, let's try it. Take your shoes off and we'll tickle his feet. Okay. The other one, too. All right. Now, you tickle one and I'll tickle the other. You take the right foot. I'm left-handed. Come on, Captain. Snap out of it. Can't you feel us tickling your feet?
Oh, I'm just a little wildflower. Going milder every hour.
Tickle harder, Gowdy.
I'm tickling as hard as I can. Oh, I'm just a little wildflower. Going milder every hour.
Oh, this isn't doing any good. Maybe if we could make him mad, it would bring him to.
Well, slapping might help.
Well, we gotta do something. All right, let's start clapping him.
Okay. Gee, I hate to do this, poor Captain.
Well, we're doing it for him.
Doesn't seem to be doing any good.
It will. Keep it up.
What's going on here? Oh, it's General Erskine. Is this any way for you men to treat your commanding officer? I'm just a little wildflower. Growing milder every hour.
captain sprawled on the floor, his shoes off, and a sergeant and a corporal slapping his face. What's the meaning of this?
Well, Captain Flagg is hypnotized.
Hypnotized?
Yes, sir. And we're trying to bring him out of it.
We've tried everything, sir.
Yeah, I was showing Captain Flagg how I was going to hypnotize Sergeant Bliss, and, well, before I knew it, the captain was hypnotized.
And why should you want to hypnotize Sergeant Bliss?
Well, he's looking for me to punch me in the nose, sir, and I can't fight because I got a sprained wrist.
And why don't you go to Bliss and tell him the truth about your wrist?
The truth? Well, that's an idea, sir. I never thought of that.
First, we must do something about Captain Flagg.
I'm just a little wildflower, growing milder every hour.
Here, help me sit him up here in this chair. There we are. The corporal, run over to the base hospital and get Dr. Cleary.
Yes, sir.
Feeling all right, Doctor, until you came along.
Well, it's lucky I came along. You're as good as dead.
You really mean that?
Mean it? Why, if any undertaker should come along now and see me talking to you, they'd start bidding for you. I hate to tell you this, but you got pulmonary strabismus.
Washington, the War Department gave the White House a preliminary estimate of 104 dead and more than 300 wounded tonight in the Army forces alone as a result of Japan's bombing of the island of Oahu. Neither figure included civilian casualties in the raid on Oahu, the principal island in the Hawaiian group. We return you now to Hollywood.
Jim.
That's the place to get his mighty powers.
Jonah started rowing out to sea and soon met his pals, the three little Fitches, who said,
Beep, bop, bid, and bottom, bottom, two.
I would even advise smoke glasses when you're reading Esquire. Read it, but don't try to lift it.
You mean my blood pressure is bad?
Well, I guess offhand it is about 220.
Well, is that too high?
Yeah, a little bit. Of course, everything is high these days. All you got to do is take it easy and don't exert yourself. Any strenuous exercise is a tax on your heart and lungs.
Well, that doesn't seem right.
Why not? There's a tax on everything else.
Why did the general have to suggest my finding Bliss and telling him the truth about my wrist? I'd rather take a punch in the nose than do this. But I guess it's the only way to keep from getting a punch in the nose. Well, here comes Sergeant Bliss now. Well, I better talk fast.
Hey, Quirt, I want to see you.
I want to see you too, Bliss.
I was looking for you, Quirt.
So was I. I don't mean I was looking for me. I mean I was looking for you.
Beautiful day, isn't it? Just smell that air.
Yeah, it's wonderful. I hope I can keep right on smelling it.
Blue skies, sun shining, birds singing in the trees. That's wonderful to be alive.
What are you alive with?
You know, it's silly to have a grudge against anybody. I'd rather be kind and sociable. Did I tell you I just found out I had a bad heart?
When did you find that out?
About 10 minutes ago. Mustn't overexert myself or have any excitement.
Well, I certainly wouldn't take advantage of you if you were in that condition.
You mean you're willing to be friends?
Why, sure.
Then the two best top sergeants in the Marines ought to shake hands. Oh! Look out, that's my sprained wrist. Fine doctors and a reputable psychiatrist can't do anything about Captain Flagg's condition.
I'm just a little wildflower growing milder every hour.
As an active psychiatrist for over 20 years, this case of hypnotism is the most baffling of any I've ever witnessed.
Isn't he out of it yet, sir?
I'm just a little wildflower growing milder every hour.
The doctors have tried everything, Sergeant, but nothing seems to do any good.
May I try something, sir?
It's useless, but you may try.
Thank you, sir. Captain Flagg. Captain.
I'm just a little wildflower, growing milder every hour.
Flagg, there's a beautiful blonde here to see you. She's the most gorgeous girl you ever saw. She's crazy about you. Give me a glass of water, somebody. She's mad about you. She's crying because you won't talk to her. Here's the water, Sergeant. Don't let her cry. Can't you feel her tears dropping on your cheeks? Can't you feel her patting your face? Can't you feel her stroking your head? Well, this little blonde is crazy about your Flagg.
Oh. Hello, Quirt. Where's the blonde?
I thought that would bring you out of it.
Captain Flagg and Sergeant Quirt will return in just a moment. Gentlemen, you know it's always important to look your very best, to keep your face looking smooth and well-groomed. And it isn't difficult. In fact, it's extra easy the Menon way. See for yourself. Just try the quick 3-step Menon shave. Now, here's how you do it. Step number 1. Use your favorite of the 3 Menon shave creams. Brushless, plain, or mentholized lather. Each is the finest of its kind. Step number 2. Pep up your face with Menon Skin Bracer, America's most popular aftershave lotion. It's refreshing, soothing, and how the ladies like its subtle aroma. Step number 3, the important finishing touch. Menon Talcum for Men, America's favorite. Takes the shine off your face, but its neutral tint doesn't show. And that's the 3-step Menon shave, gentlemen. Menon Shave Cream. Menon Skin Bracer. Menon Talcum for Men. Man to man, it's Menon. For men in the U.S. services and for men at home, this Christmas give Menon gift boxes. They're handsome, practical, outstanding values. Each gift box contains everything for the perfect shave. The 3-step Menon shave. Choose from 4 different boxes, each with a picture cover painted by a famous artist. 3 Menon gift boxes are priced at only $1.25 each. The big deluxe box sells for $2. Here or in Canada, see your druggist for these outstanding gift boxes for men by Menon.
You know, Flagg, I admire you. You're very understanding.
A captain has to be understanding.
A captain? Well, you could be a major. All you'd have to do is to see the right people in Washington.
Sure, it'd be a cinch.
And with your physique, you could be the best-dressed officer in the Marines. All you'd have to do is to see the right tailor.
Yeah, there's nothing to it.
And you could be the handsomest man in camp if you see the right barber.
You really think so, Quirt?
Sure. But if you ever want to be a wildflower, see me.
Captain Flagg and Edmund Lowe as Sergeant Quirt in the humorous side of military life. Written by John P. Medberry and presented each week at this time by the Menon Company, the greatest name in shaving. Original music on tonight's program was composed and directed by Lou Kozloff. Hal Gibney speaking from Hollywood's Radio City. Christmas seals are the stamps that help fight tuberculosis. Your contribution to the health and strength of our nation. Buy your Christmas seals today. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Sections by John Charles Thomas, Fred Coots, and the Squalier Singers, and a few words from Dr. Frank Susan, honorary chairman of the First Annual Bible Week, which begins tomorrow. Heading the program tonight is Eddie Dowling, master of ceremonies for this half hour of great music, fine singing, and dramatic eloquence. Ladies and gentlemen, Eddie Dowling.
Good evening, everybody. To me, this is a solemn moment. But I'm sure it is to everyone gathered here with me tonight. A solemn moment and a most stirring one. Starting tomorrow, many Americans of all faiths will attest once more their ancient allegiance to the teachings of the Bible. We here tonight, in this critical hour, have the privilege of starting that national effort. A national effort towards goodwill and true religion. As I look around at John Charles Thomas, at J. Fred Coots, Frank C. Kingdon, and the Schwalier Choir, and all the rest of us gathered here, I know that one peace overtops all others in our hearts, as it must yours at this crucial moment. Down the ages has come the story of man's inhumanity to man, the story we call history. But beside it runs another story, the record of the slow spiritual ascent of man toward the angels, the story we call the Bible. We are glad tonight to pay our little tribute to that story of the long, upward striving of man's spirit. The Bible gave the world the 10 Commandments, that cornerstone of all civilized morality and law. And from the Bible comes that prayer which rises most naturally to the lips of most. Set to music by Malak. We are privileged tonight to hear it sung by one of America's greatest artists, John Charles Thomas.
Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come.
From the NBC newsroom in New York, the government of the Dutch East Indies has just declared war on Japan. The Dutch East Indies are now in the war on Japan. This news was brought to us in New York by the NBC correspondent in Batavia in the Dutch East Indies, Sidney Albright. Keep tuned to the station for further details.
To give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here to give tribute to the Bible. At such a moment, it would be impossible not to remember that book of books is not only the foundation for our morality and law, but is also the great comforter of mankind. Since the days of Eden, bewildered humanity in its hour of grief has turned to comfort to one of the finest books in the Bible, the book of Psalms. But the Bible is also mankind's moral compass. Today the world stands assailed by hate and doubt. In this hour, let us here in America refresh our hearts and cleanse our minds with words immortal over the centuries. Words which have been a beacon light for generations, showing to all who care to listen the sharp difference between good and evil.
seen the wicked in great power, and spreading himself like a green bay tree. Yet he passed away. Lo, he was not. Yea, I sought him, but he could not keep up. Mark the perfect man, and behold the upright. For the end of that man is peace.
Fear not them which kill our body, but which are not able to kill the soul. But rather fear him which is able to destroy both soul and body in hell.
These 6 things doth the Lord hate. Yea, 7 are an abomination unto him. A proud look, a lying tongue, and hands that shed innocent blood. A heart that deviseth wicked imagination. Feet that be swift in running to mischief. A false witness that speaketh lies, and he that soweth discord among brethren.
There is neither Jew nor Greek. There is neither bond nor free. There is neither male nor female. For ye are all one in Christ Jesus. And if ye be Christ, then are ye Abraham's seed and heirs, according to the promise.
And the Lord said unto Cain, Where is Abel thy brother? And he said, I know not. Am I my brother's keeper? And he said, What hast thou done? The voice of thy brother's blood crieth unto me from the ground.
I saw a new heaven and a new earth. The first heaven and the first earth were passed away, and there was no more sea. And I heard a great voice out of heaven saying, Behold, the tabernacle of God is with men, and he will dwell with them, and they shall be his people, and God himself shall be with them, and be their God. And God shall wipe away all tears from their eyes, and there shall be no more death, neither sorrow nor crying, neither shall there be any more pain, for the former things are passed away. dilly-dally again. I dare say every person present here tonight and every person listening in has his or her favorite biblical passage. We all know, I think, the story of Ruth and Naomi, of David and Jonathan. Tonight, however, we have chosen as our favorite the story of the Good Samaritan. And now in Hollywood, Walter Pigeon will read that immortal parable.
And behold, a certain lawyer stood up and tempted him, saying, Master, what shall I do to inherit eternal life? He said unto him, What is written in the law? How readest thou? And he answering said, Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy strength, and with all thy mind, and thy neighbor as thyself. And he said unto him, Thou hast answered right. This do, and thou shalt live. But he, willing to justify himself, said unto Jesus, And who is my neighbor? And Jesus answering said, A certain man went down from Jerusalem to Jericho, and fell among thieves, which stripped him of his raiment, and wounded him, and departed, leaving him half dead. And by chance there came down a certain priest that way, and when he saw him, he passed by on the other side. And likewise a Levite, when he was at the place, came and looked on him, and passed by on the other side. But a certain Samaritan, as he journeyed, came where he was, and when he saw him, he had compassion on him, and went to him, and bound up his wounds, pouring in oil and wine, and set him on his own beast, and brought him to an inn, and took care of him. And on the morrow, when he departed, he took out 2 pence, and gave them to the host, and said unto him, Take care of him, and whatsoever thou spendest more, when I come again, I will repay thee. Which of these 3, thinkest thou, was neighbor unto him that fell among the thieves? And he said, He that showed mercy on him. Then said Jesus unto him, Go, and do thou likewise.
Another war bulletin. San Jose, Costa Rica. Costa Rica declared war. Japan tonight, and other Latin American nations are expected to follow. Keep tuned to this station for further developments.
The firmament of his power, oh, presence of his might, and the greatness of his wonders, oh, praise him, according to his majesty. Praise the Lord, praise the Lord, praise the Lord, with the sound of the trumpet. Praise the Lord, praise the Lord, praise the Lord, praise the Lord.
over America tonight in thousands of homes, hundreds of thousands, I might say, there are mothers and sweethearts who are praying for their boys. No man knows what the future may bring. The event, as George Washington said, is in the hands of God. But for Americans everywhere, Otto Harbach in Press Country has written a message of eventual hope in the form of a new song which will be heard now for the first time by any radio audience. A bugle calling tonight. That day isn't far away. And now, Dr. Kingdon, won't you tell us a little about First Annual Bible Week in America and the Laymen's National Committee with sponsoring the week? As I understand it, the committee is a group of laymen of all states. Is that so, Doctor?
It's just as simple as that, Eddie. The Laymen's National Committee started less than 2 years ago as a small group of 11 men. And 11's not that number when you remember that that's the number of the apostles who were left after Judas left them. These men, all laymen, believed that the political structure of America was founded upon faith in God. They realized that religion, in whatever faith it might manifest itself, is not a heritage, but a fresh conquest to be won in every generation. First Annual Bible Week is the natural outcome of that belief. The Laymen's National Committee today embraces all three of America's great faiths, Catholics, Protestants, Jews. Its purpose in Bible Week is to urge each one of us to turn his thoughts once more to the books of the Bible, so that we all may renew our faith, each of us according to the light that is given to us. During Bible Week, every American of every creed and faith is invited to join us. Send us a postcard to the Layman's National Committee at 112 Park Avenue, New York City. We'll send you our brochure called Faith of Our Fathers. Its beautifully colored frontispiece is suitable for framing. We'd like to see it in every American home before another year rolls around. Please remember the address, 112 Park Avenue. Bible Week itself will be just as successful as each one of us makes it in his heart. Men and nations, in the service of which, as they lose their lives, they find them. Many dangers beset us as a people. Aware of those abroad, we are very serious tonight. And we are arming ourselves in a program of national defense unprecedented in our history. Yet even while we do so, we are in danger of forgetting the most vital defense of all. Our greatest defense is within ourselves. And our greatest danger is within ourselves. And the symptoms of that danger are bewilderment and hysteria. For if we yield to these, our battle is already three-quarters lost. The very emergency confronting us means that now, as never before, we must know what we believe in, what imperatives are to command our actions, what this America really is. Our first defense is in our own hearts. The armies we raise will be worth little more than the shattered battalions of other countries, unless we are all fighting for an ideal that has come to life in us. We don't have to search far to find the source of that ideal by which America has grown to power. We have been peculiarly a people of one book. The men of the Mayflower set it at the center of their colony in 1620. The writers of the Declaration of Independence went to it for their inspiration in 1776. Every speech of Lincoln carried its overtone through the days of our threatened division. And every frontier of our expanding settlement echoed with its majestic phrases. It gave us one language, one idealism, one culture. It has been the one source of our faith and the one deep well of our inspiration. In the making of the American mind, the Bible has predominated over all other books. Today, it stands as the superb answer to the folly and falsehood of Mein Kampf. And so, we do well tonight to pray in the words of a writer who is known to many of us as a columnist, the words of High Philip, a newspaper man who has found the meaning, the expression of this hour in a prayer. O God, help us to be brave without being boastful, indignant without being intolerant, resolute without being unfair. May we keep constantly in mind thy commandments, and the greatest of these is charity. Charity, in the sense of tolerance and compassion. Keep us strong and yet not truculent. Help us to see the difference between courage and folly, between service and oratory. Make us understand that we are at the crossroads, that this may be the hour of our destiny. We shall need all the elements of our character which easy living has sapped. O God, give us spiritual strength. Restore our faith, clear our vision, grant us strength and the sustaining memories of our sturdy forefathers and their honest, God-fearing way of life in peace and in war. Amen. Thank you, Dr. Kingdon. That was most inspiring. This is Eddie Dowling again, calling on everybody in the studio and in the radio audience to sing the Battle Hymn of the Republic. And I want to thank all you ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience, and I do hope that our message came to you, and it will buck you up spiritually in this hour of great national crisis. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the cast. We shall now sing the Battle Hymn of the Republic.
This program has been presented as a public service by NBC and the independent radio stations associated with the Blue Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will interrupt all programs to give you latest news bulletins. Stay tuned to this station.
Sanborn Coffee, the blend and friendship in a cup present, direct from Uncle Sam's Great Army Camp at Fort Ord, California, Edgar Bergen, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello, Ray Noble and his orchestra. Our guests, the star of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Babes on Broadway, Judy Garland, and Charlie McCarthy.
Charlie. Now, just a minute, Bergen, just a minute. Now, before we start this pickup here, I have a very important message for the 30,000 men here at Fort Ord.
You have?
Yeah.
Well, what is this important message?
Well, just to show you what kind of a guy I am, fellas, I've got a little address book here, see? And it's just dripping with phone numbers, see? They're all beautiful and lonesome, see? I'm so tired of it all. Does anybody want it? Oh, I lost it.
Charlie, these men are giving all their time and their thought to Uncle Sam.
Yeah.
Yes. And they're so busy with their work, why, they forget about girls.
Yeah?
Yes.
You mean to say they've forgotten about girls?
Yes, Charlie.
Looks like some of them have awful good memories.
Well, that's the wrong attitude, Charlie.
How do you know?
Why, Charlie, when I was in the army...
Oh, don't give us that stuff, Bergen.
I'll never forget what my general said to me.
Let these General Grant out of this. What did you ever do in the army?
Well, I was considered a very good marksman in my day.
Yeah?
Marksman, yes.
You?
Yes.
You couldn't bring a rabbit down from a meat hook.
Now, wait. Well, I wish you could have seen me out on the target range this afternoon.
Yeah?
Yes.
I saw you.
Oh, you did?
That spoils it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I must say you weren't at home on the range, buddy.
Is that so? All right, if you know so much about it, what kind of a score did you make out on the rifle range today?
Well,
you want to know? Yes, I would.
Oh. Well, I didn't, I must admit, I didn't do as good as I expected to. But then again, maybe I didn't expect to.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? I don't think my bullets were tying.
Oh, now, wait. Never mind the description. Just give me your score. The score, that's all.
The score, huh?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, my score was,
it was one.
Yeah.
One what?
One Mortimer.
One Mortimer? Now, Charlie, don't tell me.
I'm afraid I did.
That you shot Mortimer's nurse?
Well, I'm I want the truth, Charlie. Well, I didn't exactly shoot him, no. You see, I was showing the men how efficient their weapon was to the slingshot. Oh, I see. Very good, the slingshot, yes. And Mortimer sort of volunteered. He volunteered? Well, let's say he got in the way. I see. So help me begging, I didn't know my slingshot was loaded. No. I didn't see the pebble in it. Yes. Well, now, where did you hit Mortimer with this slingshot? Well, in the stomach. In the stomach? Yeah. Sort of popped up. Well, now, that's pretty serious, young man. So you hit him in the stomach. Well, and you did it deliberately? No, sir, it was an accident. Oh, that's better. I was aiming at his head. Well, now, was Mortimer hurt? I don't know. Well, did he cry? No, he didn't cry. Oh, he didn't cry? No, he just sort of sagged to the ground. Oh, I see. I hope it was just a seasonal slump. Yes, I do, too. Well, was he unconscious, Charlie? Unconscious? Yes. I don't know. You don't know? Well, you see, with Mortimer, it's impossible to tell. Oh, I see. Well, where is he now? Oh, he's outside hanging around. We'll bring him in. I want to see if he's all right. Okay, I'll get him for you. You can talk to him. Oh, my dear.
You want to see me, Mr. Pearson?
Yes. Charlie told me that there was a little accident out on the target range.
Yeah.
How do you feel, Mortimer?
Huh?
I say, how do you feel?
Me?
Yes, you.
Well, I got an awful headache in my stomach, so you have.
Well, you must be a little more careful on that target range.
Well, I didn't think they could hit me.
Well, why not?
Well, I'm out of season.
That's enough of that, Mortimer. Now, tell me what happened.
Well, you see, it was this way, Mr. Pearson.
Yes.
I bent over to tie my shoelace.
Yes.
And that's when Charlie let me have it.
Oh, I see. I thought he hit you in the stomach.
Well, he sort of hit me in the stomach when my back was turned.
Oh.
There you go.
Well, I hope you're not seriously injured. I say I hope you're not seriously injured.
I'm all right.
Well, that's good.
In a couple of days, I'll be sitting pretty again.
The month of months is with us again. Here's a tip for starting each day right in tune with the season.
Darling, breakfast ready.
So am I. Good morning, Mr. Dean, my dear.
The Jason Sanborn coffee here is friendship in a cup, my dear.
A very good morning to you. Well, now, let's see. 365 days times 4 cups of coffee times 50 years.
What are you doing?
I'm figuring out how many times I'm going to have a cup of this good coffee.
Yes, the Jason Sanborn, super rich.
I know it is. That's why I'm adding them up.
Delicious?
It's the next step better than delicious.
Right, and the price is thrifty, too.
Well, you know I run into Jason Sanborn coffee downtown a lot. At the good hotels and restaurants and clubs.
Yep, more and more of them are serving it all the time.
Folks, get Jason Sanborn. A super rich blend.
Drip or regular grind. It's
A cup of coffee that sings to say a very good morning to you. From the 1st of January to the last of December, holidays and all, you get the true spirit of Christmas the whole year round in Jason Sanborn dated coffee. It's super rich, as full of flavor as a pudding full of plums. Freshly roasted, fragrant, it's more than coffee, it's friendship in a cup. And you get it at a saving. Better coffee for less is the Jason Sanborn rule through our dating and distribution system. The dated coffee is rushed from the roasting ovens to the stores, freshly roasted. It's dated the day your grocer receives it. So an inexpensive package is used, and you save money. Get this holiday coffee the year around. Enjoy true friendship in a cup. Buy Jason Sanborn dated coffee.
put you on a little risk. I've got Costello believing that they're going to keep him here at Fort Hood, and that I've been ordered by the Army to give him an examination.
Hey, Lola!
Well, that's him now, Ray.
Hey, Judy Squirrel!
All right, never mind.
Boy. I'm going to be a soldier. Hey, Abbott, I came from a family of fighters. My grandfather was in a Boston Tea Party.
Tea Party?
Yeah, he brought the lemon.
No. You mean he didn't fight?
Fight!
Yeah.
He challenged the enemy to a duel. Then he called a second. He yelled, Joe, Max, Mike, Tom, Dick, Harry.
Yeah. All right. Wait a minute, Costello. How many seconds did your grandfather have?
60. He was a minute man.
No.
But in the Battle of Bunker Hill, they accused him of running away before the battle began.
Did he run away?
No. He just wanted to get a good start when the general said, charge!
Cut out the monkey. You're in the army.
Hey, Abbott.
What?
Did you tell me that the colonel was the big boss around here in camp?
Certainly.
Then how come that other guy has his name on all the doors?
What other guy?
Some guy named Private Keep Out.
Oh. Look, talk back. Let's get on with your examination.
Lou Costello, you dope. You know that.
Well, I know that. I've got to fill out this blank. Now, let's see. Name, Lou Costello.
Yeah.
Home?
One night a week.
No. Wait a minute. Look, where did you come from? Patterson? Okay.
No, Patterson NJ.
No. All right. Patterson NJ. Married?
Yes, sir.
Child?
No, to a full-grown woman.
No, you don't know. I mean, have you any children?
Yeah, we got 4 children. Eenie, Meanie, Miney, and Wilbur.
Wilbur? Why Wilbur?
We didn't want any more.
All right, let's get this blank filled out. Will you please?
Yeah, let's get
Now, will you listen to me, please?
Go ahead.
All right, let's see the next question here. Oh, yes. Born?
Sure I was born. What did you do? Win me in a package of Cracker Jacks?
No. I mean, what day were you born?
I know it wasn't New Year's Eve.
Now, how do you know that?
Catch me staying home on New Year's Eve.
No. Look, Costello, how old are you?
Well, I'd have been 24 in October, but for one thing.
And what's that?
I was born in December.
All right. Now, let's get straight. Now, if it was in December, then you were born under Capricorn, the goat.
Born under a goat?
Well...
Where did we live? In a stockyard? I beg your pardon, Abbott. My family's listening in.
Listen, I didn't mean it that way. I mean the sign of the goat. Now, according to the zodiac, you were born under a sun.
Well, according to my old man, I was born in a hospital.
All right. Have you had any fighting experience?
Yes, sir. I was in a tongue war.
Tongue war?
I had a fight with 2 white men.
No, come on. Have you had any military experience?
Oh, I've had a lot of military experience.
Yeah, when was it?
I used to go around with a campfire girl.
Now, look. Let's get into
I don't get that one myself.
I don't get it. No, it don't make sense to me at all. Let's look into your physical.
How is your physical condition?
That's me.
Excuse me.
Yeah, all right. All right, now turn around.
I had the wrong line.
All right, come on, let's look it over now. Let's be a little careful about this thing, all right?
Yeah.
Turn around. Say, you're a little coffee.
You mean I'm promoted already?
No.
How long will it take me to make a sergeant?
No.
Someday I may be a captain.
Will you keep quiet,
I
please?
may wind up into a second Lululemon.
All right. Now, let's get on with the examination. Now, how are your eyes? Now,
fine.
All right, open your eyes wide.
Why didn't that?
Yes. No, don't squint. Now, look at my eyes. My eyes are as big as saucers.
And right under them you have cups to match.
Ah, yes. Well, I look as well as you do. In fact, weller.
Weller?
Yeah.
What kind of English is that? Weller. Now, Abbott, you can talk gooder than that.
All right. Well, forget that stuff. Now, see how good your eyes are. Now, there's a chart over there on the wall. See it over there? Now,
where's the chart?
Over there on the wall.
Is that a chart?
Yeah.
Look like puppets.
No, never mind. Now, please read the first couple of lines.
Okay.
All right.
Glxyski. Next line. Kupachski.
Why, Costello, that's wonderful, marvelous.
That was easy. I know the people.
What easy?
That's the backfield for Notre Dame.
Oh, well, your eyes are all right. Now, how about your teeth?
My teeth are perfect.
All right. Well, open your mouth. Wait a minute. What do you mean your teeth are perfect? I just saw some of them slip.
I was afraid of that. You caught me with my bridges down.
You'll have to go to see the Army dentist.
I can't do that. I just came from the Army dentist. He pulled out a tooth.
Did you wonder anything when he extracted the tooth?
I wasn't when we started, but when we finished, I was under the street.
All right, Costello. You must have been under some opiate. Were you under ether?
I wasn't under ether or either.
Listen, suppose I want to make a report about this to the commanding officer. What will I tell him you were under?
Tell him I'm underpaid.
No. What did the dentist give you? Look, let's get this straight. Will you please, Costello? What did the dentist give you to make you unconscious?
I don't need anything to make me unconscious.
Well, that I know. Will you look? Will you be sensible? Did the dentist ask you if you wanted gas?
Yes.
And what did you say?
I told him to check my oil, too.
Well, look. What I'm trying to find out is this. Did he give you gas to put you to sleep?
How do you think he put me to sleep? With a bedtime story?
No, you dumb slut. What did he give you for an anesthetic?
But I'm telling you, I didn't have an anesthetic. I had a toothache.
Costello, please. What did the dentist give you so you wouldn't feel the pain? That's what I want to know.
Look, I'm narcotic. The dentist,
You mean allergic?
I mean narcotic.
A narcotic is a dope.
That's what I was, for going for the guy.
All right.
But I got even with him. I let him pull the wrong tooth.
Wrong tooth? Why didn't you tell the man with...
Why should I tell him? I'm no store picking.
Costello, look. The good thing I was only kidding about this examination. It's about you for the Army and all that. Because you'll never make a soldier as long as you live.
I won't, eh?
No.
Well, Abbott, I'll have you know that I'm the bravest man in camp. This morning I saved the life of every soldier here at Quirt. Every life I saved at Quirt. Just this morning I saved their life.
Saved the life of every soldier here at Fort Ord?
Sure.
How?
I shot the cook.
Another war bulletin. The governor of the Dutch East Indies has declared war on Japan and ordered complete mobilization. This news was relayed to New York by NBC's correspondent Sidney Albright in Batavia. A bulletin from Shanghai. The Japanese Army and Navy surrounded the international settlement at 4:40 a.m. today and served notice on the commander of the U.S. gunboat Wake that war had been declared. And from San Jose, Costa Rica. Costa Rica declared war on Japan tonight. The other Latin American nations are expected to follow, so keep tuned to this station for further development. We return you now to Hollywood.
United States Defense Savings Bonds and Stamps.
What are you doing, Charlie? Oh, I'm just looking up superlatives to describe you, my darling. I'm looking up here in Roget Sidori book.
What?
Charlie, Roget Ignoramus. Roget Thesaurus. Oh, yeah, Roget Dictionary. Hey, let me hear you, Garland. Garland is a loop, see? Mm-hmm. Yeah, a garland is a loop, and a loop is a hoop, and a hoop is a circle, and I'm getting dizzy over you, Judy.
Oh, Charlie, dear.
All right, Charlie. Judy has a song to do.
Yes, Charlie, it's Sing What the Sings in My Heart.
Well, go ahead, Judy, sing it. Oh.
When you smiled at me, I heard a melody. It haunted me from the start. Something inside of me started a symphony. Sing with the strings of my heart. Was like a rhapsody. I heard a birdie sing about her nest and her pond. Nature seemed to be in perfect harmony. Sing when the strings of my heart. Your eyes make skies seem blue again. What else could I do again but keep repeating through and through? I love
Talking about. Haven't you heard there yet? No. Judy and I have started a Christmas shopping service.
Oh. That's right, Mr. Bergen.
Yeah.
We're Santa Claus's Helpers, Inc.
Inc., that's right. Give her my motto, Judy, huh?
All right. If the Christmas rush makes you nervous and moody, take all of your troubles to Charlie and Judy.
There you are.
Mr. Bergen, how about you throwing a little business our way? Huh?
Yeah, what about it, huh? Well, around this time of the year, Judy and I could use a little, extra money. You know, ammonia? Ammonia? Yeah, ammonia. Yeah. Very scarce stuff. Yeah. Ammonia, that's what it is. Ammonia. Yeah, you know, it's better known as laughing lettuce. Laughing lettuce. Happy cabbage. Well, but what can you both do for me, though?
Well, we can do anything. We can do your shopping or mail your packages and save you the trouble of standing in line at the post office.
Oh, well, now, you've got something there. Do you have a wrapping service? Yeah, yes, we have that, too. Yeah, yes. We handle any package. Unless it's cakes. Yeah. Well, that's very interesting, but what about trimming my tree?
Oh, we'll trim your tree. We'll trim your house.
Even trim the occupant.
No.
I thought too much.
Yes. And we have an alteration department, too.
Alteration department? Now, what the word is that?
Well, you buy the gifts, we order the price tag.
Oh, I see. Yeah. That ought to appeal to you, Bergen. All right. You better make it snappy, too. We expect an awful rush, business now between now and Christmas. You're anticipating big business. Yeah, we expect to be open 8 to 10 days a week at the rate we're going.
Yeah, you better hurry up, Mr. Bergen. Sure. There's going to be an awful lot of confusion around our place.
Oh, yeah, it's a mess. Do you get the packages mixed up? Oh, goodness, yes. We'll have enough gifts left over to take care of all of our friends. You know. Well, your wrapping service interests me. What do you charge to wrap a package? 10 cents. Oh, I see. How much does the paper cost?
10 cents.
Well, you can't make any money that way. Well, confidentially, Barry, we show a small profit on the string. Oh.
We can do your shopping for you, too, Mr. Bergen. We know where the sales are.
I see. Well, we can cut your expenses 50%. Is that so? That's almost half. Yes. If I'm not mistaken, I think I am. Yeah. But do you think you can make my money go any farther?
Oh, yes, and faster, too.
Well, I believe that, yes. You specialize now.
Yes.
Well, I think you're very ambitious young people, and I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll pass this word around and see if I can't send you some business. Yeah, and don't forget, we also have a baby-minding service for shoppers. Baby-minding?
Yes. We call it the McCarthy and Garland Baby Bureau.
Yeah?
We have a slogan for that, too.
Yeah. Let us hold your baby while you change presents. Or vice versa.
We sing them lullabies, play patty cakes. We even count their pinkies to since you care for that sort of thing.
Well, I certainly couldn't tell it, Dodo.
Yes, see, not only that, but we bottle them and we bathe them, too.
You bathe them?
Yeah. Every morning we bathe them from top to from stem to from beginning to we just dunk them. We dunk them. We do like that.
We have special rates for movie-minded mothers.
Yeah, we have that too. Yeah, that's good.
In case any mothers want to go see a picture, we take care of the children.
Yeah, and we have a special price too for those who go to see Look Who's Laughing.
Well, that's all very interesting.
Yeah, but we need more business.
Oh.
Hey, Charlie, what about Ray Noble? Is he a friend of yours?
Not specially, no. Let's go to work on him.
Oh, Mr. Noble.
Noble. Mr. Noble. We've been friends for a long time.
Oh, I'm sorry, Charlie, old man. I'm sorry. I'm a little bit short myself today.
Well, now, wait a minute.
Just a minute. Mr. Noble, are you aware of our boon to the Yuletide shoppers? Wrapping and unwrapping packages and babies?
Yeah. No, not baby. Yeah. Have you got a baby that you want us to watch?
Well, child, there's a baby waiting for me down at Fitch. I prefer to watch that myself.
You won't be there when you get there.
Well, Charlie, maybe Mr. Noble would be interested in our shopping service.
Now, that is something really, and let us talk that up a little bit. I'll tell you what, it's my turn anyhow. We could buy you a Christmas present for you, Mr. Noble. How's that?
Oh, thanks awfully. Yes. Because I haven't yet decided what I'm going to give myself.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Well, how about a smoking jack?
Well, really, Judy, I don't know. I never smoked one.
Oh, just wasting our time. That's all we're doing.
So too,
just wasting our time.
Look, maybe we better just concentrate on the boys.
What boys?
Well, you see, we have a special service for our servicemen.
Oh, yes. Yes, we watch out for this one. How does it work?
Well, we write to their sweethearts for them.
We even take their sweethearts out for them.
Oh, yes.
We visit their families for them.
Yeah?
Yes. Well, I think the boys would prefer to do that all that sort of thing themselves.
Yeah?
It doesn't sound very practical.
Oh, but it is. It's really nice and very pretty, too. Let's show them how we do it, Judy, huh?
All right. Now, Charlie's the soldier coming home on his furlough, and I'm the mother.
You're the mother, yes. That's right. See, I'm coming home, yes. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, yeah. Hello, Major.
Oh, so it's you. How did you get here so fast?
Boy, you certainly have aged since last I Just tremolo right through it. Well, I tell you, Major, I came in a tank, Major.
A tank?
Yes, you know, one of those Fort Ord sedans, you know.
You certainly look dirty. You're all full of soot.
Yes, well, you see, my job is to swab out the cannon. And speaking of cannon, that reminds me, where's Father? Oh.
He's outside knitting. Did you get that last pair of socks he knit for you?
Yes, I did, yes. I'm using them for laundry bags.
Now, my boy, there's something I want to ask you. In all your letters, you told me how much you like working for Uncle Sam, but how do you like his wife?
Well, his wife? Who's that?
Anti Aircraft.
Oh, she's awful nice, too. How do you think I look, Major, though?
Oh, just a little. Yes, you look all right, thank you. I'm a little disappointed in you, though.
Disappointed? Why?
You've been in the service for 3 weeks and you're still a private.
Oh, what did you expect?
I thought when you came home you'd have some kind of fancy decoration on your arm.
Oh, I did have, but she left me at Del Monte.
Coffee pot is kept mighty busy at this season of the year. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner, supper, and when friends drop in between. If it's good coffee, people can't get enough. Yes, there's always a hearty welcome for Chase and Sanborn of truly great coffee. It's coffee in the Christmas tradition with an abundance of super-rich, friendly flavor. Yes, Chase and Sanborn dated coffee is just what you've always wanted. Superb coffee, freshly roasted, at a reasonable money-saving price. That's why this blend is so overwhelmingly popular. It's better coffee for less. Our famous dating and distribution system makes that possible. The freshly roasted coffee, fragrant and delicious, is rushed from the rest. Join us again next Sunday, won't you, when Charlie's guest will be Lana Turner. And in the meantime, don't forget, every time you say Chase and Sanborn, please, to your grocer, you're saying thank you to us. This is Buddy Quirt saying goodnight for the makers of Station 7. Broadcast will be headed to the entertainment of the
Following Japan's declaration of war on the United States, Hawaii has been under 2 air attacks today. More than 10 persons were wounded when enemy planes machine-gunned a town near Honolulu, according to a Reuters dispatch. And General Douglas MacArthur has ordered all women and children in Manila to evacuate the seacoast and move to areas inland. The Dutch East Indies has just declared war on Japan, and Costa Rica in South America has also declared war. Keep tuned to this station for further developments.
Inner Sanctum Mysteries, brought to you by the makers of Carter's Little Liver Pills, the best friend to your sunny disposition.
Good evening, friends. This is Raymond, your host, welcoming you again to the Inner Sanctum. Come in, won't you? Why am I smiling? Oh, but I always smile when I open the creaking door on Sunday night. You see, each week when I say good evening, I think to myself, a good evening for what? And of course, there's only one answer to that question. A good evening for a murder.
Tonight, Inner Sanctum Mysteries brings you The Island of Death, an original radio mystery drama written by Robert Newman and presented for your entertainment by the makers of Carter's Little Liver Pills. Friends, a pleasant disposition shouldn't be just a once-in-a-while affair. It ought to be a regular thing. See if you can't make it regular by encouraging regularity with Carter's Little Liver Pills. Let them wake up the flow of one of your most vital digestive juices and prove to yourself that Carter's Little Liver Pills are the best friend to your sunny disposition.
Now I think we're ready to begin. Ready to begin as strange and terrible a tale as ever turned a man's hair gray overnight. A tale of voodoo, conjuring, black magic. Oh, now you're smiling. You don't believe in voodoo, huh? Good. Now turn down the light, pull your chair up close, and listen to the story of the Island of Death. Come with me to the Dark Island, the secret magic island, take it. It is night. A fierce tropical storm is raging. The car drives slowly down the road with a cane field on one side of it, a jungle on the other.
Now it's Flagg.
I don't know, John.
Last Brandon. Why did he let us go off alone? How are we going to get back there?
But he told us not to go off alone, John. John, look.
Where?
Ahead there. That old native walking up the road. Oh, maybe he can...
Yeah. Hey, you! Hey! Well, what's the matter with him? Is he deaf? Now, you keep blowing the horn while I put my coat on and go after him, Muriel.
All right, Jim. Well, there's something wrong with it.
Hey.
It doesn't work.
Well, it was working just a minute ago. Now, what's the name of...
Something, monsieur.
So you did hear me. Why didn't you come when I called you?
I am not in the habit of coming when I'm called that way, monsieur. Besides, though I am an old man, my ears are very sensitive. The noise of your horn pained me. That's why I stopped it.
You stopped it? Why, you... Well, okay. We're looking for the plantation St. Jackson. Are we on the right road?
You are on the right road for many things, Mr. Gold.
Hey, how did you know my name?
It was Gold.
Oh. Well, how do we get there?
If you go down this road 1 mile, you'll see it on the right. And when you get there, well, perhaps we will meet again.
If we do, Hey, where did he go to?
Oh, I don't know. He just disappeared.
Step back off the road into the jungle. Well, At least we know where we are now.
Yes. John,
Hey.
do you suppose he was a papaloy, a witch doctor?
What on earth makes you think that?
I don't know. The way he looked and talked. And after all, the horn did stop working.
Coach? Is that you, Coach?
No,
Muriel. Mother, I'm sorry, Mrs. Coach.
Alan, you have to make things even more difficult than they are already.
Would it make things any easier if I pretended that we were just old friends? It didn't matter to me that you'd married him instead of me.
No, Alan, I guess not.
I'm sorry, Muriel. I shouldn't say that.
Hello, Alan. Order me a drink, will you?
Sure. Yeah, thanks for the Coach.
Yes, Mr. Randall. How was it?
Did you find out what was wrong with the horn?
Yeah, one of the wires come loose. Met an old native on the road, and Muriel's convinced that he was a witch doctor.
But it's just that he was so strange, and so, even though I know there are no such things...
What we know or believe isn't terribly important. What is important is what the natives believe. They don't like being laughed at.
You mean they really still believe in voodoo, stuff like that?
Well...
you're saying, monsieur. Yeah. Do you believe in voodoo? But not really, monsieur. Oh, this is funny. This is really funny. Hey, what's that?
Nothing, monsieur. Just the steel hands doing the Congo.
Oh. Well, they can't have done a hard day's work if they've got enough energy to dance at night. I think maybe I'll go down there.
Oh, no, monsieur. No.
What do you mean I must not?
I am sorry, monsieur. I just meant, well, if you are interested in voodoo conjuring, perhaps I could show you some.
You here?
Oh, I am no papalois, Monsieur Brandon. I have some skill with the knuckle bone, telling fortunes. And if Monsieur Coates would like...
No, why not? Go ahead, Pierre.
Very well, Monsieur. There. An arrow 9 times. That means unhappiness.
For whom?
I see a city far away from here. I see 2 men, both in love with the same woman.
Yeah, easy, Alan. Let him finish. Go on, Pierre.
One of the men is rich, powerful. The other is not. The one who is rich has his rival sent away, and in his absence marries the girl. She knows she is making a mistake.
Oh, she does she? Why, you ain't telling.
John, stop.
You coach. How dare you hit him for 2 cents?
All right, Mr. Brandon. You did not hurt me.
No? Well, I haven't even started yet. You're fired.
Just a second, Coach.
Oh, Brandon. I had a hunch you weren't getting as much as you could out of the natives, that you were too soft with them. Now I know it. You're fired, too.
John, so that's why you insisted I come down here with you.
Of course. Don't you think I know that you're still in love with him?
Okay, Coach, you asked for it, and I'm...
Oh, no, you're not, Alan.
I've got a gun here. Now, you stay where you are. I'm going down the field and cut and really show them who's boss.
Alan. Oh, Alan.
It's all right, Johnny. Being fired doesn't bother me. But the other things, are they true?
That is really you are love. Maybe even I.
Mr. Brandon, excuse me, but I think you should know. The drum, it is not the Dutch Congo. It is the service people. Marron is down at the drum.
What?
Who is Marron?
He's the most famous witch doctor on the island. John may be a swine, but he hangs with him. Listen, Muriel, you stay here with Pierre. I'm going after John.
Where are you?
Oh, yes, I'm looking for a man named... Cimarron. You are Cimarron, huh?
I am.
Another white man came down here a few minutes ago, Cimarron. Do you know where he is?
Yes, monsieur. He said he would pay well to see some voodoo. He said this petrol. He is in the Humpor, the temple.
What? There's no temple here in the village.
He is not. iron ring there. Lift it up.
A trap door.
Now turn the steps. Here's your bird. There is open.
Coach. John.
What do you want, Alan?
Got to get out of here right away.
That's exactly what I've been looking for. The place where they hold their spookaroo.
Listen, John, I never did like you much, and I shouldn't really care what happens to you, but the white-haired native that brought me in here. You know who he is?
Sure. The old coot I met on the road earlier this evening.
He happens to be Cimarron, the most powerful papaloy in Haiti.
Yeah? Well, when I get finished with him, he won't show his face around this plantation again in a hurry. But,
Coach! Alan! We are ready to begin. White man, I warn you. Leader Yango himself will be here. And there is no telling what step he will take. Whose body he will follow.
never mind the warning. Go ahead.
Very well. Happy, come back. The drum. From on high, from little air, from the jungles of the night, come, Ida, come, see the body, loose its soul, point its feet this way, and come, Ida, come, there. He has taken the body. He's coming. Quick, Patty. The war water. Quickly on the ground in front of the altar.
Hey, what is this all about? What do they think they're doing?
The bells of death. He's coming. Either comes.
What's doing, Adam? Something is coming. What do you mean? Something. Let's do this. Can you see who or what it is?
No, not yet. He died. Prepare up there.
Holy smoke. There. They're white. Either younger. Come. Down.
A woman. A white woman. Walking as if she were asleep or in a trance. As soon as she gets to the altar, we'll be able to see. Oh, great God. No!
So, John Coates insisted there was no such thing as voodoo. Dared the witch doctor to invoke the god Yiranyango. And when the god did appear, he found he'd taken possession of the body of his wife. Very unusual. But not any more annoying than when a simple thing like a mean, sulky, gloomy disposition takes possession of us. Oftentimes irregularity is entirely to blame. So the sensible thing to do is get right after it with Carter's little liver pills. Now don't let the gloom of irregularity hold you back. Keep you from enjoying life and getting ahead in the world. Wake up the flow of one of your most vital digestive juices with Carter's little liver pills. Let them help you to feel up and mad and bubbling with enthusiasm and alive with the glorious feeling that goes with regularity. Just give Carter's little liver pills a trial. And I think you'll agree that Carter's little liver pills can really be the best friend to your sunny disposition. All right. Do you still think voodoo is all nonsense? Oh, you're not so sure now. But you still want me to go on with our story. Very well. Just a moment later now, and Alan Brandon and John Coates are still sitting in the subterranean temple, transfixed with horror.
We left her up at the house. It can't be. But it is. She's in some kind of a trance.
Blast that witch doctor, I'm going to...
The fool. Is anything now that can explain what happened? Wait a minute. We call you again. Look. Look, they're all kneeling. Bowing to her. You are nobody. With the power we've given you, let us see that Yankapum Bad. By night and by day, through the 4 seasons, as the green things grow, watch over us, O ye and bless us.
Look, she's raising her hand. She's blessing them.
And now, the image, the goat without horns, take it in your hand, Rita. Breathe your spirit into it.
Look, that image. She's picking it up, putting it to her lip. Oh, you black devil, I'll teach you. You idiot, what have you done? What I should have done before, killed him. Probably killed not only him, but Muriel, too. Look. Yeah, she's just fainted. Let's get her out of here. Back to the house now, quick. Inside here. Put her on the couch. She's still unconscious. Her pulse is pretty weak. Pierre, some brandy, hurry.
Yes, monsieur.
Why did they let us go like that? Not even try and stop us. All of them just sitting there. I don't know, but I'd have been happier.
Here you are, monsieur. What happened to Madame?
That blasted witch doctor, Timaron, some kind of a ceremony with a goat.
He's blessing them. The goats without horns.
He must have hypnotized her or something like that. But he won't try any more of his voodoo tricks on her or anybody else. I killed him.
Killed him? Killed Timaron?
Yeah, hold her head, Brandon, while I give her some of this brandy. All right.
Brandy. I am afraid that will not help, monsieur. You do not give brandy to someone who is dead.
Dead? What are you talking about?
Her heart is still beating, yes. But she is not really alive. You see, her soul left her body when Timaron called to her. When you killed him, it could not find its way back. It is out there. So, now, wandering around, lost in the night.
Why, no, John, haven't you done enough harm already? Well, we've got to get a doctor for her. Right away.
Yes, monsieur. For if her soul does not find its way back soon, it will never come back. But there is no white doctor that can help her.
Will you shut up? Where's the nearest one, Alan? Dr. Grosjean, about 9 miles up the road. I'll show you the way. All right, well, come on. You stay here and watch them, yeah? And if anything happens to her...
Yes, monsieur. I will stay.
Are you coming, John? Hurry up. Yes, all right. Holy God, wandering around somewhere in the night. She's fainted, that's all. Maybe it's a fever and she's out of her head. Well, which way? Shortest way is that way there. You mean through the jungle? But it's dark. We won't be able to see it. Listen, Coach. You may not know it, you may not care, but Muriel's life is in danger. I'm not sure a doctor can help her. But I'm going to get one if I have to crawl on my hands and knees. Alan. Wait. How much further are we going to have to go? I don't know. Can't be much further. Yeah. That's what you've been saying for the last hour. We're lost. That's what we are. Lost somewhere here in the jungle. Listen. Go. Yeah. And I don't care what you do. But I've had enough of this. I'm going that way. Coach, no, wait. Come here. Don't you realize it? Coach! Alan, look. Hot. A fire. We're out of the jungle. Hey, it's a village.
Oh, Coach. Not a village. See, the native quarter of the plantation.
Huh?
What do you mean?
I mean, we've been walking in a circle and we're back where we started from.
Why, it's impossible.
No, monsieur. It's not impossible. It is true.
Yeah. What are you doing here?
I knew this is where you would end up, so I came down here to wait for you.
It's a trick, that's what it is. You did this, the two of you.
No, monsieur. It was not us. It was he, Cimarron.
But he's dead.
Yes, he's dead. But come over here.
Cimarron. Lying in his bed.
Yes, monsieur. And there in his right hand, an egg. It is the fast cat conjure. Monsieur Coates, your life is in that egg. And as long as he holds it, you can never leave here.
Never leave. But I've got to. I can't stand anymore. Ever since I shot him, those drums, the jungle surrounding us, waiting. Now listen, Pierre. I don't care what it costs. I don't even care about Muriel. But I gotta get away from here.
Oh, but that is very easy, monsieur. The egg. If you will take the egg from Cimarron's fingers, smash it, you will be able to go.
Take it? But that means that I'd have to touch him, and well, all right. I'll do it. He's holding it so tightly, almost as if... There. Ah. Here it is.
Drop it. Break it.
There. Now, can I go?
In just a moment, monsieur.
But you said that
Yes, monsieur. But I would not advise you to move at just this moment. Turn around. Slowly.
Snake? Bushman. Deadliest snake there is.
Not just a bushman. It is Damballa. Look well at his face, O Damballa. Look well so you will know it again.
That's for you, Damballa. I've had enough of this. Now I'm getting out of here and I'm taking Muriel with me. Start walking, both of you. Back to the house. All right. You stop right there. Now you listen. I'm going to get the car and back it up here. You're going into the house, and you're going to bring Muriel out here. Coach, she shouldn't be moved now. So you do as I say.
Perhaps we had better. Come,
Mr. All right. Yeah, just a second.
Yes, monsieur.
I'm asking you this as a friend. Isn't there anything that can be done? Any way she can be saved? You see, I love her.
I know, monsieur. But you know what is written. An eye for an eye. A tooth for a tooth. A life for a life.
You mean Cimarron? But she didn't have anything to do with that.
No. That is why I think she will recover. Now that what has to be done has been done.
Muriel, darling, are you all right?
Yes, Eleanor. I just feel terribly tired and weak. Is it... What happened?
You don't remember?
Oh, the last thing I remember was John going down to the native quarter and you going after him. Where is John?
He's outside getting the car. She'd never have brought you down here with him. He's going to take you away.
Away? Oh, Alan, no.
After all, he is your husband.
I don't care. I hate him. I hate him.
Madame was not alone in hating him. And, well, I do not think she need worry about him anymore.
What do you mean?
Somehow, I have the feeling that... Listen.
Hey there, Muriel. We'll go. Come on, Pierre.
Corbett, where's he? There he is.
Yes, monsieur.
John, what happened? What? Oh. Good Lord, he's dead.
Yes.
What killed him?
Look there, monsieur. Crawling back into the jungle.
A bushland. The same one that... It can't be the same one. He shot it.
Perhaps it is the mate of the one who shot.
Wait. There's only one way the snake could have bitten. If it was in the car. How could it get there? Yeah. You did it.
I? No, monsieur. The egg in Cimarron's hand. The egg with his life in it. Have you forgotten that he broke that himself?
How do you believe in voodoo? You don't? Oh, no. Come here. Come here a little closer. I'll whisper something in your ear. Neither do I.
And let me whisper this in your ear, folks. There are just 15 shopping days until Christmas, full of rush, hurry, and crowd. About all you can do is face things armed with a good disposition. So don't let irregularity get you down. Get after that low-geek, cross, irritable feeling with Carter's Little Liver Pills. Let them wake up the flow of one of your most important digestive juices and help turn those 15 shopping days into 15 topping days, full of the glorious, glad to be alive feeling that goes with regularity. Remember the name, Carter's Little Liver Pills. Yes, and remember this, too. Christmas comes but once a year. But year-round, Carter's Little Liver Pills can be the best friend to your sunny disposition.
Well, this is Raymond, your host again, getting ready to close that squeaking door to the inner sanctum until the same time next week. And don't forget, there's safety in numbers, so be sure to have all your friends listen with you. Remember, all names of characters used on the Inner Sanctum Mystery broadcast are entirely fictitious. Now, if you should happen to get into an argument with anyone about whether the dead come back from the grave, about ghosts without horns, black magic, and conjuring, whatnot, remember the old saying, voodoo unto others, and you would have them voodoo to you. Have you read this month's Inner Sanctum Mystery novel, Trial by Fury, by Craig Rice? It's on sale at your favorite bookstore. Good night. Sweet dreams.
Listeners, be on guard. Don't let it sneak up on you like a thief in the night. What is it? Listen to this report from the Harris home as Mrs. Harris says to her maid.
Hannah, I'll never give another party. I'm going straight to bed. Oh, before dinner, ma'am. I'm exhausted. All those chatty, noisy women depress me so. I wouldn't be too quick to blame the guests, ma'am. You've been kind of edgy and cross all week. Not like yourself at all. You're right, Hannah. I'm sorry. Oh, I know how it is. And when I get to feeling that way, I know it's time to try Carter's Little Liver Pills.
Right. And when you don't feel good, try Carter's Little Liver Pills. They do the work of calomel, but have no calomel in them. For they are simple pills made of vegetable drugs. They wake up the flow of one of our most vital digestive juices. When this vital juice flows at the rate of 2 pints a day, it helps to digest our food and bring back the glorious feeling that goes with regularity. Then most folks feel like happy days are here again. But be sure you get the genuine Carter's Little Liver Pills. 25 cents at all drugstores. This is the Blue Network of the National Broadcasting Company.